Today's live stream is sponsored by FS Academy. If you want to get started with the most realistic tutorial series and missions for Flight Sim, you can choose from FS Academy's various products, all available to purchase from multiple websites, including our friends at Orbex and Contrail. The FS Academy add-ons, created by a real airline captain, are designed to help you get started confidently, stepping up your skills with VFR flight or IFR navigation. Their latest product, Navigator, has you navigating cross-country using real techniques, touring the landscape and mirroring a real navigational course. It comes complete with a full ground school manual and 11 tutorial missions which give you the crucial skills needed before setting off on a multi-leg bus trip across wonderful Scotland to put it all into practice. So check the link in the description and go take a look at the FS Academy website today. Hello again everybody, and a very warm welcome back to the channel. I hope you've had a good Christmas break for those of you who were sort of celebrating it. And we're back for another one or two streams before we see the year 2022 off and head into January 2023 onwards. Hope you're all well. Thanks for joining us today. We begin in beautiful Fiji, iniBuilds brand new Nadi Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator. In relation to that FS Academy advert at the start of today's live stream, until the 4th of January you can get 40% off all of the FS Academy products on the MSFS marketplace, along with their holiday season sale. And today we've got one copy of this Nadi Airport to give away. And it's quite nice, very unique airport. It's very remote, of course. There's nothing particularly close by. We're doing one of the shortest routes at the airport today, off to Port Vila in the fantastic PMDG 737. But it's a lovely bit of scenery and something quite different as well for those of us who fly around the Americas, Europe, for example, as well. Huge airports a lot of the time, but this is something a little bit smaller and a little bit more tropical. And as we pan around, we explore the airport for a few minutes here. We're going to see I think it's the Suvamo mountain range bit in the background, which gives it a really nice backdrop here. You can buy this on the iniBuilds store. Beku, the airline code is Bravo Victor X-Ray for Osprey. Lots of green in the live chat. It's great to see you all here as well. There's a Burger King sign over there, but there's no interior to the actual airport terminal here. But there's a couple of folks outside on the concourse, as we can see there. Ian, good day to you. Matthew, welcome. Liam, MPS Gaming, Gav, good evening to you and Ian as well over in Australia. Badger, good morning, or good afternoon rather. Doc, good evening to you. Zato, Joey Goofy, Jack, Brad, hello folks, great to have you here with us. Good afternoon to Peter as well, and the commentator, and good morning to Fritz. There's the mountains off in the backdrop of runway 20's threshold. It's a small airport. We're off to an even shorter airport as well, to be honest. Christopher, hello, welcome. Yeah, it would be nice to see some dynamic trees, wouldn't it? Small airport scenery. You could probably do a little bit more in relation to the dynamics of the airport, perhaps. Having some of those wavy trees and things. But if we look at the METAR briefly, actually, what does the wind give us? It's only 4 knots, 140 at 4, so it's not particularly brisk. Brad, thank you, buddy. Really appreciate that. I mean, that's pretty much the airport there. That tiny little section is quite the Osprey takeover. We get to Port Vila. We're in for a treat because there's only a few gates. Yeah, there's not really much to explore here, to be honest. They've done a really good job of a very small, unique airport nestled in the Pacific Ocean. There is a couple of bits like general aviation, hangar, and there's a little ground tower over here somewhere as well, I believe. Pacific Flying School. Let's see, what else have we got? There's the tower. I was right on top of it. Ignore the giveaway, folks. Let me turn that off. That question isn't for today. That question is not for today, so don't answer it. Let me disable that now real quick. Oh dear. We do need to come up with another question though. So I might have already dropped the answer in, to be honest. Let me find out the correct spelling. Our Sabido landing range. It's gonna. Oh, it's not gonna be particularly easy, to be honest. But you know what? How about that? It's on the Pacific Ocean, isn't it? Just gonna set this up real quick. Yeah, let me get rid of that anyway. It's a cool tower. If we go inside, there's not really much to see, to be honest. They're just very, very pixelated, very basic interior. But you go, I think it's around £9.99 for the scenery, so it's not too bad a price. And you get a very nice backdrop. Liam, if you type .metar into vPilot, you'll get the so like .metar and then the airport code. For Nadi, it's November Foxtrot Foxtrot November. Hit enter and you'll get the metars. That's the best way to do it. Transition level on the charts, 11,000 feet. Yeah, it's about 2 in the morning with real time, Liam. We're sort of moving this more towards the actual departure time of the airport's flights, which is about 2 o'clock-ish local time. We'll fly out, we'll turn around at Port Vila, and then we're going to fly back into Nadi. So departing runway 20 out of Nadi, but then we'll be flying in on 02, so cross flow basically. We'll be coming back on ourselves. Yeah, interiors, I'm never really that fussed about it. Sometimes you get some interiors that completely blow you away with how good some of the interior work is, but sometimes it's to the detriment of performance. And I would rather the terminal and the aprons look spot on than worry about an interior of an airport that I rarely ever go into and explore. But it's nice sometimes to have an interior, isn't it? Certainly not required. And here's the main control tower with a little bit of action inside. We've got a few folks in here. Let's head in. There we are.
On 30 for make check. 5.
And we can head into the walkway very briefly. It's pretty good, isn't it? It's a nice little airport scenery. Great to see an A350 and the maintenance hangar in the backdrop there. And then if we pan around, is that Air Vanuatu? Wow, okay. Here we are. In our Fiji Airways PMDG 737 and the COP23 livery on flightsim.to. You can find that. Looks awesome, doesn't it? It's such a great livery as well. Right. Diving in. We're pretty much all set up for the departure, to be totally honest with you guys, but I've also got a fix in for the VK NDB. We are using this particular livery, has its own custom interior profile, so we're actually using that today. So it's given us the, is it the Collins MCP or the Honeywell? I forget which one. I think it's the Collins MCP panel with all the old school looking knobs and things. Standard artificial horizon for the standby instruments and some more manual bits. But very simply, that is our route for today. Outbound to Egget, then Beach, then Butvi, then Birop, and then into Arnav 29 in Port Vila. So we could probably add that in as well. So for the departure, we've selected 20 without any SIDS. And then MVVV, we can go to RNAV 29. Ooh, there's two. RNAV uniform or RNAV. Let's have a look. Approach. It's very strange. We'll go with the one at the top. That's probably the safest option. And we want Alpha Foxtrot 29 Echo, which is the one at the top there. Perfect. We'll execute that. VROP, there's a discontinuity. We could probably clear that though. And we'll just monitor what the difference is between the two of those as we get a bit closer. Alpha Foxtrot 29 Echo, and then India Foxtrot 29, which is 2,000 at or above.
And pushing back.
And we'll do 2,000 instead there. So we could be just below. Yeah, there's a bit of an issue with the park brake with the PMDG at the moment, as we can see.
Brake running 206, read the trick, please.
You can do that by pressing the brakes and then you click the park brake, and that's the workaround. Okay, so APU's good, APU bleed is on, we've got APU gen is fired up, and all our pre-flight is done. I'll show you Navigraph very quickly. Got 2 sectors to squeeze in today. So, departing runway 20, heading south over the Nadi NDB, sorry, the Navakai NDB 405 for the frequency, and then we're going to be turning westbound up towards Begit, and then from there we're pretty much just heading west, due west all the way, nice straight line to Birop, and then into Port Vila. And we will look at, as we get a bit closer on this Bravo 598 airway, we'll have a little look at everything else, the arrival and things like that. But without further ado, let's fire GSX up and prepare for pushback and departure. Quick check on here, we're still on Unicorn 1228. Have I pulled my flight plan? I have now. Quick refresh of the METAR, still QNH 1012, 010 degrees at 3 knots for takeoff.
This is Suspect 236, ready.
No, Warren, it is a bug. The system itself, the way it works is correct, but you can't use the parking brake keybind anymore. For some reason that stopped working, so you can't press and hold the brakes then press a keybind to activate the parking brake. You have to actually physically look at it and pull it up with the brakes depressed. So it's no different to real life. It just means that instead of pressing a keybind, we've got to look down and select that parking brake instead. Right, while we're waiting for the tug operator, we go to, there's our performance, cost index of 80 for cruise. We're going to be blasting along nice and quick, we've got a lot to do. Transition altitude of 11,000 feet. And our takeoff performance. From the VAS airplane toolbox, we punched the data in, put all our weights and everything in, and it's told us takeoff profile 2, climb 2, which is going to be what we're using on flap 5 for takeoff. Trim of 5.33. I'm going to do that now because it means I've got one less thing to do. It's about there. And then 148 knots for V2, plus the 10, 158. Flight directors are both on.
Pushing back from gate 4.
Who was that? Nose. Right.
Osprey 10 taxiing to 20.
Dismiss PMDG. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Ground services. Remove the chocks.
Release parking brakes, please.
Nadi traffic. Fiji 263 on stand 5. Push and start to face west. Nadi traffic.
Commencing push.
Nadi traffic.
Start at will.
Airvan 74 pushing back from
Fuel,
stand
a little
2
bit in the centre
facing
tanks. Oh, what is it? The hell is it doing?
What is this wheelie?
Wow. GSX is really messed up here. Right. Let's get rid of that music and we'll get the engines fired up. We need to pop packs off. AL Simulations, welcome. And Mark, welcome to you as well. Hey, I hope you've had a great Christmas too. No, I think this, you know what, I must have a profile for it. I'm not sure. No, by the looks of it, no. I've never seen GSX pull forwards though, so maybe I have got one.
Stand 14 will be making a 180. Nadi traffic, Osprey 10 taking runway 20 for departure.
World's longest pushback, but we must be stopping soon because dispatcher has stopped there. It says as we continue to push. Are we slowing? No idea. I think I must have the GSX profile
Please sit past.
because that didn't feel very default GSX, to be honest.
To the north. Nadi traffic.
Fuel control lever to run. There you go. Fritz says, checked out the profile yesterday. It was doing some super weird stuff. Pushed you from stand 1 to the runway. Oh, goodness me. That's not good.
Waiting your
I
confirmation
think that's
for
the
a good
situation that
engine
we've had
start.
today. A dodgy GSX profile there. Good engine starts. We'll just do that to get them disengaged. We'll do that to continuous. No, they're all set. That's all good. They're all good.
Unlocking gear.
Got those on, that's all set. Cruiser 380. We turn back, we've got 50 feet for the return, and everything else is good, so APU off. They're both on continuous, that's set, and we've got order brake set RTO.
Disconnected.
LNAV armed.
Pin removed.
We can't. That's fine. We'll arm heading select mode and then we'll arm VNAV. Auto thrust can be armed. Initially heading 205 degrees, then we're going to turn right about 270 degrees. One to 28, ADF1, that's all good. I'm going to put that on to now because we are going to be going straight onto the runway. Trim is set. We're going to go to system page, check full right for the ailerons, back to neutral, fully left, back to the centre, all the way rear, and all the way forwards. And then we're going to do rudder, which is always the one that MSFS forgets the sensitivity for. So always give it a good wiggle. There's GSX telling us have a good trip on the top. UNH is set. That's all good. Master warning recall. We're going to go traffic mode, terrain mode, off on the brakes, taxi lights on. Nadi traffic, PG 263 is taxiing to hold point Alpha runway 20. ATL as we've exited that. We'll get back on that centre line. I would probably say the best thing to do is not use the custom GSX profile that you can download on flightsim.to, because that's what we've used today, and they've clearly they've not set up the profile correctly. That's quite clear. It's a little frustrating.
11 pushing back, facing west.
Super retro MCP, isn't it, VATSIM? And an awesome looking aeroplane. Lap 5. Little tap of the brakes. I want to try and get a little screenshot there.
Oscar 094, taxi into runway 20 via Alpha. Nadi Air traffic. Nadi traffic, Oscar 2472, taxi into runway 20, holding point Alpha via Bravo.
Okay,
and
flaps 5 and green.
Nadi traffic.
Let's turn those off, flip the bar,
Nadi traffic, Osprey 2306.
strobe and steady.
2500 for 380.
Now we're going to need a couple of minutes extra separation here, because when we fly into Port Vila we are required to do a backtrack on the runway, so we need about 3 or 4 minutes really. But I think we are ready to go. That's all good. We just need fuel flow reset rates. Nadi traffic, Fiji 263 is lining up runway 20. We can see, oh, well, we saw him, but he's just vanished on the TCAS.
Nadi traffic, this is Osprey 236, starting engines at stand.
We've got all our custom views as well. Hey, look at all the Osprey, epic. Yeah, it's about 3 to 4 minutes for each departure, I think, is probably what we're going to need.
Oscar 094, holding Alpha.
Rightio, that's looking good. We'll use most of the runway. And we're going to hand fly the first bit with a right turn. Nadi traffic, Fiji 263 is taking off runway 20, outbound runway heading, and then right turn 270 degrees, inbound Beggett, Nadi traffic. 40%. Toga. Cross set. Speeds alive. Bit of a tailwind takeoff today, only slightly.
Nadi traffic,
You're up.
74, taxiing to 0.0 Alpha via Alpha.
Away we go. It is a spectacular livery, isn't it? Let's face it. We're going to turn right. We're not on heading mode.
Traffic lining up runway 20.
I'm just going to set the heading mode to that just for now. And we can just hand fly it for a little while. Nadi traffic, Fiji 263 is passing 2,200 feet, turning right 270 degrees, climbing flight level 380.
Nadi traffic, Osprey 2472 is taxiing to holding point Alpha. Nadi.
We're going to work to get back on that flight line. So I'm ignoring the flight director for the time being. Through flat 1. Still got stuff to do. You have to take off. We're hand flying it still. Let's get the runway turn-off lights off. That can be set to off, and we're going through flat retraction speeds now as well. Automated, good morning. God, points of interest. Go away, Microsoft Flight Simulator. RML nav, CMDA engage. That's going to take us back to our flight line.
We're holding on with 20 for separation.
And away we go, out of Fiji. So pretty much heading west all the way like we mentioned prior to departure. We've got the Volanta overlay tracking us throughout today as well, both sectors. And we should probably launch that giveaway. So a nice simple question. Although it might be worth me actually. I'm just going to punch it into Google to make sure, because I know I'll be corrected otherwise.
Osprey 0F4 taking off runway 20 and flying runway heading for 2 nautical miles. Turn right to Vegas. Area traffic.
Alright, we'll stick with the question. How accurate it is, I'm not 100% certain, but we'll basically keep it simple. Google doesn't really help me. So I don't need the compass bearing for it. I don't need north or south. I just want to know nice and easily which ocean surrounds Fiji.
Air Callan 330 Osprey 2472, what's your ETA for arrival for Nadi runway 02?
Exactly, Fritz. I can't be having that. I'll get told off.
Nadi traffic Osprey 2472 will hold at Alpha for arriving Air Callan traffic.
That's a long old flight for whoever that is in the Air Canada jet. Look at that. Spectacular view. Fiji's great. There's all these little dirt runways, small unprepared strips and things that you can go and explore around. There's lots to see here. Fuel, master caution, that's because the centre tanks are now empty, so let's close them off, and we're through 10,000 feet as well, so let's go to off. Go away, Microsoft. I swear that's getting worse. The old Microsoft Flight Simulator notification tooltips thing. Christopher, yeah, could be. Water break off. That's the other thing I've forgotten to do already. I don't know, that looks pretty good. Let's go to this view. Hold on. Let's see if I've got a view. Oh, look at that. That looks pretty good. Boarding time. You say, so turn it off? I can't, because if I turn it off, the landing rate monitor, which uses the software tooltips function, along with a lot of other things like SkyTrack and things for virtual airlines, where you get the pop-up in the screen, it uses that toggle. Microsoft or Asobo for some reason turned that back on again, which means we've got these silly notifications popping up where we never had that problem before. If we turn it off, it means that we lose the landing rate monitor and the various other little things that use it too. Zato, yeah, good point. We've got to make sure we separate nicely because Thomas says I'm slow. My max Mach decimal 8. Oh no, my cost index is 80 today. Shouldn't be too slow. So we're at Begit now, and then we're going to be, let's see, MBV. So if I show you the charts into Port Vila, this is why we need to make sure we've got about 4 minutes separation, because we're going to be landing on runway 29. We're going to go past the terminal building, which is this tiny little apron here, and we're going to have to backtrack at the end potentially, unless the runway's widening us enough for us to do a little turn. We'll have to go all the way to the end and backtrack and come back on ourselves. So we're going to need about 4 minutes for a gap between each aircraft, basically. What we're going to be expecting into Port Vila is RNAV 29 via Alpha Foxtrot 29 Echo, which is this, as we saw at the very start. So some weird music. Basically flying a straight in approach all the way, hitting Alpha Foxtrot 29 at 2,000 or so feet. And then India Foxtrot 29 for the RNAV approach into Port Vila, like so. Missed approach is just turning south and climbing to 2,000 feet, mandatory 2,000 at MAH 29 there. So, what aircraft are you in? Are you in the MD-80 or something? Pretty much MPS Gaming, yeah, there's 3 stands, I think. In fact, it doesn't even give me... They don't have any charts which show you the parking stands available. The one with the runway is the only one. Now, Port Vila has actually got some pre-wear scenery to make it look a lot better. Whether or not it has the circling guidance lights for those very rare approaches on runway 11, I don't know, but it's a nice bit of freeware scenery that's worth downloading if you want to fly in this part of the world, because otherwise it's just a very lacking default airport. Minimums are 1,000 feet. Yeah, some of us might have to park on the grass. There's some contrails of somebody overhead. Let's see who that is. Got screenshot server upload failure. Got some spectacular screenshots today already. 4 absolute whoppers. I'll put them on Volanta. There is the start of the train, Badger up the front, Osprey 919er. Osprey 10 for Thomas. And then we've got Zato Osprey 2306, followed by us, number 4. We've got Qantas 094, which is Liam. Qantas 101 is flying in. God, Volanta, why do you fail all the time? And then departing still, we've got we've got loads of departures still. What have we got here? Ian, Osprey 2472. Osprey 32 Peter. We've got Osprey 5665. Osprey 236. Don Calito, November Foxtrot 74. And then we've got Alpha Victor November 75. And Gaff.
God July from Sweden.
Boarding time, thank you very much, buddy. Really appreciate that super chat. Very generous of you. Godjul to you as well. Trying to get those screenshots put onto Volanta because I've got some nice ones at the moment, which I will show you guys once it finally works. We'll get Volanta back up on the screen and I'll show you guys the screenshots we've got so far. That's Zato at the top then. They're the new FSLTL contrails which go on for miles. They're really good. As Joey's saying as well. BG 416 has put onto VATSIM. He was 12-mile final, but he wanted to see at least 4 takeoffs until he got onto final, whoever that is. They do, don't they? Zato. They look a lot more realistic. Makes all the difference. Ian's airborne. Oh, what we got here? Let's have a look. So, let's get back on Volanta brief. That's our first screenshot from today, just as we are all starting to set up. Virgin's doing rapid boarding via the via the windows of the flight deck. We had a Fiji that flew in from Sydney, I think it was, landing on 02. So we got a little screenshot of them taxiing in, whoever that was, no idea. And then our takeoff with the Sivamo Mountains in the background, taxiing out, and then the islands just underneath. And then our final screenshot so far, another one of the islands. The livery comes with the custom cabin. Nice little Fiji Airways inspired cabin area. And some custom landing airplanes for dummies magazine, Fiji Airways safety card, and PC pilot. With actually the PMDG 737 inside of it. 737-700 for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Look at that. And the Mad Dog X release, so that's a genuine front page of the magazine from a number of months ago. Andrew, hello, good morning. No. It says at the top of the overlay, I think, the network is Volanta, but it's not. We're on VATSIM. There's unfortunately no way to change that. So yeah, it's a little confusing. But yeah, no, we're flying on the VATSIM network. Volanta itself is just the that screen that we had up, the app program. It can track your flights and things like that, but yeah, beyond that, it's not really a multiplayer system or anything like that. Not too far until we're at cruise now. Just get that drone camera rotating. There's 2 liveries of this available on flightsim.to. This one is the COP23 Summit livery special edition. I do think their tail design is one of the best tail designs for any airline currently out there. Yeah, we've got to be figuring out spacing sooner, earlier rather than later, because otherwise it'll all get screwed. Rosato, what's your MAC number for cruise? Because I'm cost index of 80, so I'm going to be pretty quick today. MPS Gamer, no, it's free from Volanta. Oh, yeah, Christopher, that's weird. I've not had that. I've not had to log back into Volanta at all. I have had to log in quite a lot into Navigraph again. That's quite frustrating. I'm constantly having to log back into Navigraph charts. Probably every week, actually, to be honest. Fair enough, Sato. I think my cruise is, yeah, Mach 80, basically. Hunting him down. He's just about there. We are heavy and fast today, so perhaps we go to speed intervention mode. We climb 310 instead. That's going to get our rate of climb back up. But just do it gently so the aircraft doesn't straight away try and pitch up. Yeah, true. There is that, Christopher. I have to log into Orbex a lot recently as well. The Aeromexico gets a go. Oh, I can't even pronounce that. How did you spell that? The Aeromexico Special Dreamliner livery is very cool. Haven't seen it myself. I do miss the BA Landor 747 though. That was a cracker of a livery. Really good. Yeah, Fritz, you can. Mach 76 now. We've gone through the conversion at flight level 280. So the aircraft switched across to Mach. Yeah, you could just change all the figures in any of these. So in climb here, you could change the target speed if you want to, but sometimes it's nice to have a little bit more manual control. Centers online. Oh boy, it actually is. But that's not for us. Nadi radio. Is it for us? I don't think it is. Jeff, it is, yeah. 737. We sort of mentioned that at the very start, actually. The key binding for the park brake. It's all a little bit messed up, but they are working on it. I think it's now been accepted as a bug. Still recovering from night shifts, folks. 2 busy night shifts over Christmas. I've got another one next week as well. They've given me New Year's night shift as well, so I'm doing twice as many nights as I normally would in a 4-week period. Bring that to Mach 7.3, just get that nose back up. Yeah, I'm not sure if Nadi Radio, it's a flight information service. I'm not sure if it is a if it's one for us or not. Not flown around Fiji before on VATSIM, so I'll probably just wait until the contact me request comes in. But unless any of you guys up ahead, the 3 flying on the network in front, get a contact me, do let us know in the chat so everyone else can tune in and be ready. I can hear stuff. But barely. I can hear noise, basically. Andrew, possibly. It's hard to tell. Do remember 737NG driver is one of the beta testers for PMDG, so it may well be that he's just at a point where he's been told, yeah, you can now show off some of the testing. It may not necessarily mean it's imminent. But usually with PMDG, when they start to show elements of their aircraft and things like that, then I do think then it's close. Maybe the first few weeks of January. Who knows? The thing is, PMDG will only release it when it's ready. Juliet Charlie Mike, hello. MG King, good afternoon. Thomas said Nadi Radio wanted you to connect. Interesting. He says check your sim Zulu time is correct. Now the problem is we're not in sim normal Zulu time. We haven't got normal Zulu time set up. I can't actually hear the controller though. We're on 1236. Oh, there we go. We've got a high frequency channel now, 8.846. First time using this. Was it 8.846, did I say? 846. Okay, let's use a bit of high frequency. Do you have to do oceanic report? No idea. I hope not. I haven't prepped for it. Oh no. Right, progress, BIROP. Yeah, I was there actually. Let's clear that. 0420Z. Which is 30 minutes from now, so it'll be 1350. I'll have to change, I'm going to have to take the sim time and then change it into current time, just in case. So 1420Z inbound BIROP. 1236 8.846 though is what I've got selected here. One, two, three. Nadi radio, Fiji 263. Can't hear him. I'll send him a text. So I've sent him a text basically saying, oh, we need to increase this. Hold on. I don't know if you guys can hear that. I'm going to turn the output to plus 12 on VPilot. Let's try this.
Estimated that VROP is around 1424.
You can hear the static in the background, which is very realistic. But that static will be there pretty much permanently. I'm waiting to see if I can hear him back.
Potentially less. 1415 potential.
Yeah, very faint. We're near to top of descent already. Lap 30 for arrival, order brake 2 will help take us down to the bottom with both reversers. But I might do reverse idle, let's recalculate that. And then it's telling us we can't use order brake 1 because we'll overshoot, but that's fine. So we'll probably use... just getting static. I think maybe just needs to increase his range ring. I don't know. Nadi radio, PG 263 radio check. Roger, thank you. Your readability 2 for me. Barely hear you, unfortunately. I've turned the VPilot settings to max. But everyone else flying along, are you struggling to hear him as well? Zata says can barely hear ATC as well. Don't get on their Nadi list. Oh dear. Right, we're going to have to listen to the static, because I don't want to miss any transmissions. Liam, are you sure it was set up correctly? It should look like that. Maybe check all of this. Need to turn off the effects. Oh, that's a good shout actually. Maybe that is the problem. Disable HF background noise. That's the static bin that's dropped off. Doesn't help the range though. Oh well, we're listening anyway. Yeah, got no idea. Disable the top one. Disable realistic ATC audio effects, it says. Nadi Radio, Fiji 263.
Fiji 263, Nadi Radio.
Ah, well that sounds very weird. Nadi Radio, hello, Fiji 263. I think I've fixed the audio issues. Currently flight level 380, inbound VATSIM estimated 1415 Zulu, back decimal 81, over. In real life, this flight isn't detected by ADS-B and shown as dash line on flight radar, so you're basically out of coverage and have to do oceanic reports. Yeah, so in vPilot, folks, you go to Settings, Audio, and then you've got two tick boxes: Disable Realistic ATC Audio Effects and Disable HF Background Noise. I've ticked both of those and hit apply, and it means that we can now hear him. "160 miles to top of descent already for sector 1 of 2. He didn't reply though, did he?
Osprey 2306, Osprey 2306, Nadi Radio.
And Osprey. 1415 Zulu at Mach 77.
He shows it's gone offline now. Alright, we'll just have to monitor vPilot to see if he comes back online. Raza, hello. What have we got then? So that's all of the stuff ahead of us. We are expecting 1011 for the QNH. Meta.
Yeah, Nadi Radio, Osprey 2306, radio check.
It says you saw all of us. I thought, nope. Jack, nice, hello. You flying along? Hand flying the whole trip, goodness.
And Nadi Radio, if you weren't able to hear our previous transmission, apparently we got a mic issue, but we got it fixed. Osprey 2306 at flight level 380 inbound BROP, estimated time at 1415 Zulu. We are currently cruising at Mach 0.77.
That means we're going to catch up. I think he might have gone offline again. MG King says now he thinks it's not working. Oh, so is the controller in the live chat? Mad check, hello. We're going to set order brake 2. We've got no weather profile apparently on B pilot slash VATSIM for Port Vila, but we've got QNH 1011. So we'll set that. And the minimums on the charts that we saw a little earlier on were 1,000 feet. So I think the highest we can get here is 9er. So we'll scroll that all the way up to see how far we can go. Let's see. 500. Oh no, we can go right above. Lovely stuff. So 1,000 is set. Back to Unicom. Right, where were we? So, yeah, Barrow 1000, standard 1011, and we are expecting a planned landing weight of 63.3 tons. We are heavy. It's going to be a flap 30 speed of 146 on approach. We can add that in, so that's the bottom 3 there done. VREF, missed approach, or our minimums, and the Port Vila QNH 1011. We've got the arrival put in, but if we look at the charts, we might be able to use extra bits of information as well. We might be able to tune in things like VORs and things just to help with our situational awareness. There is a VOR at Port Vila, 114.3. So we can tune that into VOR 1. Like so. A lot of terrain on the north side here that we've got to be careful of, which makes sense if the missed approach goes south, it's to avoid that terrain. What else? Airport elevation is 70 feet, so 50 is actually the closest. I'll leave it set to 50 in that instance. There's the circling light guidance system as well for Port Vila, which is quite cool. I don't know if it's actually active in the scenery. I'd like to think it might be, but we're doing this. The RNAV runway 29 approach via Alpha Foxtrot 29 Echo. So hitting 2,000 feet by India Foxtrot 29, and then a 3-degree glide path angle down to the threshold. LNAV only. So we're going to have to control the rate of descent ourselves, I think, or even just hand fly the whole thing. To be honest, we might just do that just to see what it's like. Might be fun. HCM on offline. Avsim says there's so many people flying along, we're carrying more passengers than the whole population of Vanuatu. ATC's back, his app just crashed. Awesome. 1236. Let's go back. Matchek's asking, how do you use the radio switches below the frequency? It's a good question. These. So each one of these buttons relates to the different comm system that you might be using. So HF there is to listen to the high frequency switches, which is this one, 8.846. That is the frequency they've given us for the high frequency Nadi radio. So we've got that active, which means
estimate for Vera for Osprey,
which means we can hear it.
6 is at 1415 zoom.
But we can tune VHF1 as well. So because we're using the mic selector here is on VHF1, which means that when we press that push to talk, we're transmitting on 1236. This is illuminated below it, which means that we can hear the speaker for 123.6. If we had this one active, then it means that we are also listening to 124.850. VROP is, oh, you know what, we need to do our descent forecast. Data link voice. That's a new one on me. Let's click it, see what happens. H1011. $12,000. Let's get some winds put in then manually. We'll do flight level 310. That is 265 at 12. Flight level 200.
Nadi radio, Osprey 2306.
31387.
Leveled off at flight level 370.
And then 10,000 feet winds. 314 at 10. Ice deviation. +8 apparently. Ah, screw it. We'll just leave that blank. That'll do. 95 nautical miles, 2 Doppler descent. I think the controller's trying to connect for us, but he's got technical, tech issues, I think, or something with the app, the controller's app. So if we do order break 2, last runways, welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing. Yeah, MG King, there is that. So usually over here you would have 1215 if you wanted to do it properly. 121.5, and you'd have that selected, so you can listen in. Basically, we've now got speaker on the emergency frequency. $80 miles to top of descent. Big Daddy, welcome. Happy holidays. So we've got minimums VREF, local pressure in Port Vila set. We've got order break 2, and we mentioned, didn't we, about tracking a VOR. So we can add that in. 286 will be the inbound VNAV, sorry, the RNAV LNAV course. So I'll just put that in there as a reference. And then down here we can add a fixed ring actually. We could change runway 29. We can have 6 and 10. Or whatever other figures you'd like there. Matthew, welcome. Merry Christmas. Did any of you guys get some epic flight sim related stuff? Yeah, Zato, absolutely. It's yeah, that side of the world. It's about 2 in the morning in Fiji, so if the controller is from that side of the world, that's incredible. Really appreciate that. Trying to get his software all working so he can give us some ATC. Philip Gill, welcome. Thanks for subscribing. Make sure I've turned off audio, disable realistic ATC effects. Okay, so that's ticked. I should be able to hear him. Andrew saying it's always important to do the maths first before landing, as the other day he found out that he followed the approach chart for altitude but didn't get height and speed down early enough, so ended up too high and too fast. Yeah, sometimes you'll find in the VNAV, as we did here, it had India Foxtrot 29, it said 2000A or at and above 2000 in the nav data. I've then gone in and edited that, changed it to just 2000. So it's changed our VNAV a little bit, had a little bit lower. But before that, we'll start to engage speed intervention mode maybe and slow the aircraft down manually. We'll just play it by ear. Even if you do the maths, sometimes you just need to be thinking 2 or 3 minutes ahead of the aeroplane at all times anyway, and you might then recognise soon enough, early enough, that you've got to intervene with speed or something else, add drag for example. Robert, very nice. Epic gift there. Got the Honeycomb Bravo for Christmas. Bought it myself in the Black Friday sales, but it was a Christmas present to yourself. Hey, why not? Liam saying, how do you get my cabin to cool down? Well, you need to make sure the aircraft's pressurised first, but if you've got your isolation valve and everything on automatic, your recirc fans on auto, up here, you've got to make sure the air temperature, put it onto continuous cabin mode, and then you can change this setting here. So it should be on auto by default. You can wheel it to cold manually if you want. You might need to do the trip reset or something like that. Depends if you've got master warning, master caution for pressurization issues. You might have to follow the quick reference handbook, which I think I've got on a window capture for you guys. Let me see. There's my checklist, the QRH. So realistically, you need to have this open at all times when you're flying in a 737.
Radio, Osprey 10 position report.
From PMDG, you want to have something like this with you, basically. Rapid depressurization might be the one you want, so you can follow all
Osprey
of
10, flight
these.
level 390, Mach 0.78, and overhead BROP. Next waypoint is in terrestrial, no waypoints thereafter. Osprey 10, Osprey 10.
Bosley, hello. Really not sure, to be totally honest. I've not read. I could barely hear him. He was transmitting then.
Read back correct, and we will request descent.
So I've got.
Osprey 10, clearly control area descending, minus Unicom 122 decimal 8. To plane, thank you.
I've got to turn him right up to plus 12, which means everyone else is super loud.
Passing BROP.
But it means I can just hear him.
Osprey 2306, passing BROP.
Affirm, and Osprey 2306 would also like to request descent, please.
Osprey 2306, I believe control area descending. Monitor Unicom 122.8.
Monitor Unicom at 122.8. Osprey 2306.
Cook them all. Depressurize them first, Birdman, and then cook them all. They're as dry as a Christmas turkey.
Today it's your turn, Captain. Merry Christmas to you and the missus.
Brits, epic. Thank you very much, buddy. That's really generous of you. Really kind. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas to you guys as well. Thanks for that tip. That's really generous of you. Yeah, just en route traffic, Zato, by the looks of it. So my next position, I'm going to assume he's got my position report from earlier. My next report will be overhead, VROP, request descent, and then they will pass me over to Unicom 1228 at that point, and then it's down to us really. Hopefully we've all got about 4 minutes separation, otherwise it's all going to go really wrong. I might have to slow down. I've got 20 miles gap between myself and Zato though, so that should be enough. If I go to speed intervention mode now and drop it to max 7.9, that should be good. We're into towards Port Vila. Yeah, it's a great way of explaining actually, Chris. Yeah, so Nadi radio is just like Gander radio for those of you who fly around over the Atlantic. They'll only deal with en route airborne traffic. Zato, I'd overtake if you can. If you can do Mach 80 and overtake, then I'd overtake or undertake, whichever works. So we've got to make sure our height is good for the approach, our speed is good for the approach, and we've also got to make sure that our separation from Zato ahead of us, it's about 20 miles ahead, is also good. Otherwise we're going to find ourselves all bunching up, and I might have to do a bit of vectoring left and right to extend the arrival slightly so that we've got a gap. If not, Alpha Foxtrot 29 Echo, there is a hold available there, so it may well be that an orbit in the hold would be suitable for us at that point. Same with everyone else flying behind. We have loads of fuel left on board. Rich, yeah, Badger's flying offline though, so that's all good. It's weird having this panel, not used to that one. UF 1000, QNX 1011. Oh, interesting. Let's see. Osprey 10 It's me, Zato, and you. Awesome. Reset NCP altitude. Down we go. We'll set it all the way to 2000. Nadi radio, Fiji 263, position update.
Fiji 263, go ahead.
Nadi radio, Fiji 263 is overhead, VROP, and at top of descent.
Fiji 263, overhead, VROP.
Nadi radio, Fiji 263, that's correct, and now descending to 2,000 feet inbound, Port Vila.
Fiji 263, currently control area descending, weather ATC, monitor Unicom 122 decimal 8.
Thank you, monitor Unicom 122 decimal 8, Fiji 263. Speak soon. Monitor 28. Down we go. And for the way back, I've actually gone onto YouTube and I found the safety demonstration for Fiji Airways, so we'll play that on the taxi out of Port Vila. Keep smashing the like button while you're here, folks, as well. Oh, Mark, hello, that's weird. You haven't got like an AI pilot thing switched on, have you? Let's put vPilot sound settings back. There's nothing around us, just the ocean. I've got some contrails up there though, whoever that is. I'm not sure, I just see them diving. No idea who that is. I think it might be Bakazato actually, he's showing 20 miles ahead. It is Sato, Osprey 2306. So we're going to monitor that. It may well be, for example, that we'll go left 230 degrees and we start to bring that speed back early. And that will assist with us in the approach. If I go to speed intervention mode now, we'll switch this to 290 on conversion, and that'll allow us to descend on VNAV with a specific speed set. Mark, yeah, really weird that. I've not noticed that myself, so. So 1228. 1143 is the VOR for VLI. We're inbound that, and 107 miles to go. I feel like the top of descent there was really eager. Feels like the VNAV's a little off. So I'm going to come out of this slightly, and I'm going to go into a speed intervention mode and vertical speed, because it looks like we've gone really low really quick. (2,500 foot per minute) should do. Zato's doing 280 knots. Thanks, Thomas. Not long until sector 1 of 2 is up. Mark, hello to you, welcome. Happy Twixmas. Hope you've had a good few days as well. How are we doing? That looks more reasonable. Yeah, that's a good point. You can go to the V path vertical profile. That does help actually. With, I mean, to be honest, that's a function that we don't really use very much. So it's good to give it, put it into action today, I suppose, because that has given us a slice of the pie, if you like, or a little cross section of what our descent is actually looking like at the moment as we head down to 2,000 feet. Matt check, yeah. So it was just a little bit too steep on the descent for my liking, so I've got a vertical speed mode instead, and I've taken over the VNAV instead. Even this, like, we're descending on idle. 2,500 feet seems really, feet per minute seems overly slippy than usual. We're slowly accelerating all the time. To be fair, it was busier than I expected. I've got New Year's to get through next, Mark. That's always going to be good fun. I'm just going to ignore the speed here for the time being, but the main thing here is making sure we have good separation from Baccasato here, or Zato, sorry, here in front of us, who's still slightly ahead and above. Because, where's that Port Vila up there? It is Port Vila. Epic. And because we need to slow down early enough, basically, for him. Let's go to 2,200 foot per minute, just see what happens here. Passing flight level 200, slowing to 260. That's Aaron. So as long as we're at 2,000 feet by that triangle there, which is the basically start of final approach, then we're good. Mark, well, unfortunately not, no, because it's more the element of what I'm doing that's always being ready sort of thing. Yeah, if you're looking with your separation for a few of you guys behind, then have a little look to see roughly where you're at in relation to speeds and separation, because it may well be that flying that hold at Alpha Foxtrot 29 Echo is going to be really helpful. Indeed, it might be helpful for us with separating from Baccasato, to be honest. That's cool, look at that. 15,000. Let's pop spoilers in flight to 10 for a little bit. And we're going to begin to slow down, because he's at 260 now. He's well above us though. 20 nautical miles. That's still just about fine, I think, for a backtrack. Andrew, Salty Sim 747. I haven't used it for a long time, to be honest, either. It's same with the Heavy Division 787, which I do want to get back into, and I need to have a look at that Headwind A330 too. There's just the payware aircraft are such good fun that you find yourself, you know, hooked into these and enjoying them pretty much all the time. Especially the 737 is still my firm standing favourite. It's just great. There's all our custom views. So he's at 260 now. I'm going to try and match that at 260 knots as well if I can. And then that should give us maybe 1500 foot per minute. That will help us decelerate slowly. We'll have to maybe see. Low transition. Do 245 knots. 1300 foot per minute, and that will help level off at 10,000. Let's get the lights on. Signs. That's all set above. Yeah, PMDG 777 will be epic. Alright, let's see how we do here. 10,250 knots. We'll do 240 just to keep separation with those guys. Still slippery, 1,400 feet per minute. No way. When's the A380 coming out? Probably another 2 years or so. I don't know. I really don't know. It's one of those things. It's hard to judge because they've done a great work with the modelling, but beyond that, I'm not really sure how far off it is. To be fair. Goodness me, she's slippery today. Port Vila traffic, Fiji 263 is 8,700 feet descending, 2,000 feet QNH 1011. 20 track miles east of Alpha Foxtrot 29 Echo, expecting RNAV approach, runway 29, and we'll report final Port Vila traffic.
Port Vila traffic, Osprey 10 is on the final runway 29, going down to 30. It's 180.
Port Vila traffic, Osprey 2306 at flight level 030, 3,000 feet.
Christopher's A320 for life. MPS Gaming wants all the Boeings. Liam wants the A380, if it's good, he'll be in it a lot. if it's Boeing, I ain't going. Not far off what the slogan was it, with the 737 for a little while. Let's get those onto continuous for now. That's all looking good on the overhead panel. And we briefed for the missed approach as well. And with the weather as good as it looks, I might actually hand fly this whole thing in from final approach. Which means we'll have to work through the thrust, all the different flap speeds and things like that. So I'm going to do auto brake 2 with full reverse because we've got a slight tailwind for approach, I believe. Or at least a slight crosswind. Let me just refresh this METAR, let's have a look. Okay, now our METAR doesn't exist anymore. Crosswind of 1 knots. Auto brake 2 will give us 298 metres left apparently of the runway, which will then allow us to turn around and zip back nice and quick. You can do it! Yeah, lots of new aircraft coming soon from all sorts of developers. We've got the 757 Bluebird Sim. Hopefully, fingers crossed, PMDG are doing a 757, that'd be great. Just Flight's Fokker 28 Fellowship. PMDG 737-900 is very close. The 777 close as well.
Have the field in sight, number 2 for landing.
Let's bring that in. We're looking for Bakasato and the other guys on final. Going to add some flaps in now as well, just to help give a bit of drag on the airframe. So speed's good for flap 5 through to flap 5. So I'm going to do flap 2. Just going to watch the speed drop down towards our flap up speeds. And there is our first glimpse of Port Vila. What looks like snow-capped mountains. Either that or a big gap in satellite imagery. Yes, Liam, QNH 1011. That looks really weird. It looks more like a texture issue, doesn't it? You know what, we do have a custom scenery for this. I wonder if that's the problem, because I feel like the airport is over in that whiteness somewhere, which is not ideal.
Port Vila traffic, Osprey 2306, flying at the Vera speed of
4,000, flat 5, speed's good.
Correction, that's 143 knots, Osprey 2306.
Let's give it down to 180. Speed brake is now arms. Master warning, do a recall. We've got both of those on continuous already. Lights and signs all set as required, and we've already given the crew a ding. Down here, we've got a number of different bits tuned. VOR is more for reference, really, more than anything else. We're doing the LNAV only RNAV approach. Yes, that is slowly rendering in, so that must be the freeware scenery being problematic. Liam, I believe so. Check, that's just come up. Rad outs.
Port Vila traffic, Osprey 2306 is on a 5-mile final, runway 29.
Looking for the runway. It's going to be over here somewhere, isn't it? Port Vila traffic, VG263 is turning final on av approach, runway 29, 15 mile final. Some booster thrust there, flap 10. Let's get rid of the music. Okay, so that's good.
Osprey 094 Port Vila traffic, descending from flight level 120 to 3000.
What's our V speeds going to be? 147, 152. Right. Gear down, flap 15. Let's just hold some speed here because I want 160 till 4 at least. And we'll just go straight to flap 25. Christopher, yeah. We need to worry about the other bits. Let's fly a visual final. Hello. Bumpy. There's the runway. So I want to hold 2,000 feet for now. Speed.
Airspeed low. Airspeed low. Airspeed low.
That's gusts. You see the envelope, the flight envelope there, flicking left and right, going up and down. So we're getting that warning. So we can't accelerate too much because it means then we're going to have a problem with FF29 is going to be 2,000 feet, which is coming up. Not now. Man, busy. Drafts. Believe it does. So, water brake 2 is set. We've got speed brake armed, flaps 30 in green, and gear down 3 green. Locked. Oh, a little float there.
I don't think I'll be able to backtrack here. Osprey 2306 will be holding at 1-1.
Well, you got me on 5 mile final if you can vacate in that time.
I'll just go full toga mode, let's go.
Yeah, Roger, I'm speed 155 knots, 152 for slowest final approach speed. PG263. Okay, let's start to get the nose down.
Osprey 2306 toga.
Quick refresh of the flight directives. We're going to start our descent early because we are not quite yet. So we've ballooned slightly a little bit there. So we've been hand flying the whole final approach really for 15 miles just to see what it's like. We're just flying a visual approach basically. Very bumpy. It's one thing I have noticed. I'm making constant movements.
Osprey 2306 vacated runway 29. Dear goodness almighty, how are we gonna park here?
Preferring bleeding more than my butt.
Alright, I'll park behind your back. I'll make a 180.
I've got no idea what we ground speed of 153.
Osprey 094 on final approach runway 29.
800-ish foot per minute is what we want to target. Alan Crazy, good afternoon.
I'm going to be on a 7 mile final.
Is that Liam, I think? I'm not sure, but yeah, you want slowest final approach speed now. You might want to go to final approach speed ASAP, because I'm 2.5 mile final and need to backtrack.
Copy that, Osprey 094.
I've got 4 white, let's be nice and proactive here. Coming up to minimums. Let's be honest, I'm happy with this. We're flying downhill, so you've got a bit of a trick of the eye as well here. We're flying to the terrain almost.
Minimums.
Just trying to speed up a little bit, just to help Liam out. Without bleeding off too much speed. We're going to counter the sink rate with, wowzers, this is bumpy, with thrust. Come on. It's interesting because it's showing like flaps are like the wind's calm.
Sink rate.
That's fine. We're going to ignore the warnings and we're going to start the flare a little bit early to take the rate descent off and then hold.
20. 10.
Reverse. How is firm 214 feet per minute? That's nonsense. That is a really good touchdown rating. I reckon I can get a backtrack in here. VATS airplane toolbox wasn't far off. I think really it needed order brake 3. I did say we need 4 minutes separation.
Fiji 2263, you might want to be careful. There's Osprey 094 on the final.
Yeah, Roger. Osprey 294, do you know what your distance for final is? Can't see him. Is that him?
Osprey 094 going around.
Oh. Fiji 263 is backtrack runway 29. He was very close. Yeah, let's get flaps up. Disarm that and get rid of the spoilers. Probes off. Thomas a shall. There's Liam, I think. Flying the go-arounds. Could have just done a little cheeky orbit, maybe. On final. Hold 1,000 feet, do a little orbit. I'll try and replay the...
Cockpit 2472 is overhead Alpha Foxtrot 29 Echo.
I'll try and replay the one on the way in back into Nadi, Andrew. I don't want to risk crashing the sim though. I know we're pretty clear for aircraft on approach now, so let's get them off for now as well. Cheeky little off on the strobes. We can get rid of the flight directors. I have no idea where we're parking. So yeah, it's about 2 minutes to vacate that, roughly. Port Vila traffic, Fiji 263 is vacated. Where there? There we go, we'll go there, shall we? Where they're chuffing it, we're going to park, but I don't even know what stand that is. Let's see if GSX recognises it. Gate 2? No. Gate 3. It's either 1 or 3, isn't it? So let's hit 3 and see if all the stuff appears. Must do. Yes! Lads, lads, lads. Right. Ooh, APU. Big old turn.
Osprey 094, I'm on base turn for runway 20. Port Vila traffic.
Port Vila traffic, Osprey 2472 is established. Currently at India Foxtrot 29, runway 29.
That's good. We're going to have to wait for the APU.
29.
Rope heat's off. That's all good. APU's on. Gens are on. Stay open steady. Let's get the engines. Let's clear that. Aggie Gray's in-flight catering. Oh hello, we got the Gangnam Style again. Very rare you see that. Little treat from GSX, a little bow at the end. Anti-collision lights off. And we can FS actions, ground services, set the chocks. She's just been killed by the in-flight catering. No idea where he's going.
The boarding requested.
We've got Ian on final, and I think we've got Liam behind him, so we'll see what happens. Up and out, Geezer. I like that, Mark, that's good. Maybe that needs to go on a mug. By the way, what do you guys think? Have you seen my latest merch range? I talk about pea soup a lot in bad weather in the sim. Have you guys seen the new pea soup range? If so, what do you think? For another few days, you get 5% off all our merch orders as well on the store, if that's your kind of thing. We got, there we go, we got one on final there. Zoink. Can't quite see him yet. See him clearer if we zoom out.
Passenger's bus is coming.
While we're waiting for GSX, I'm going to go to my flight. So I'm going to prep for the flight back, which is Fiji 262. FJI 262. Cost index of 80 again.
Passengers, the boarding started.
Didn't do too badly on that approach, did we? For the bear in mind we were hand flying that.
Base now for the second time for runway 20 Port Vila traffic.
I think this is Ian. Epic.
Osprey 2472 is on short, very short final, runway 29, Port Vila traffic.
Let's see if we can get him in a screenshot here. Look at this.
Copy that, I'm going to be behind you. Osprey 0 Airport.
Epic. Oh, that's looking absolutely fantastic. Great touchdown. And he's got a backtrack ahead of him.
Osprey 0 Airport, Port Vila traffic, reducing speed to 150 knots.
As GSX doing its thing, it looks great, doesn't it? When it's zipping around doing this.
Osprey, Port Vila traffic, Osprey 2472 is just backtracking runway 29.
Okay, so we can very briefly begin to look at our next route. So we'll go to index, we'll go to ident first, we'll flick across because here we want to reset this, which is, where are we? November, Victor, Victor, Victor. Gate 3. Not in database, that's fine, let's just clear it then. We'll go to routes, and we're going to MVVV, we're going to add at the bottom of that NFFN. And that's going to pull our company route in from the system. We'll activate it like so and execute as well. We can add in FJI 263 and there are our legs. Spear up, Butby Beach, beg it, and then back in on the alternate to what we departed on, to be honest. Yeah, Kyung, Qchung.com made this scenery. on flightsim.to as well for this. I'm going to pre-file the flight on VATSIM to make sure we've refreshed that, and then I've got to change the overlay for you guys and Volanta. That will be done both at the same time.
We'll do a traffic, Osprey 2472 has cleared the active runway.
Great job. Liam's on short final.
Passengers bus is coming.
Whoop. So we'll disconnect very quickly and then reconnect with our new call sign, which is 262. Pull in our new flight plan. Justin, hello to you, welcome. It's a stunning livery, isn't it? Very cool indeed. Got a lot of passenger buses all coming as well. And we've got Liam on final. So the scenery itself is basically just that, but you can see it's just been plopped on. It's not actually really been levelled or anything like that properly. So there's a big old gap underneath. There's not really much to it. That's the freeway scenery. Nice sign at the front. Oh my goodness me. Not sure what I clicked. Yeah, it's okay for freeware, but it does mean that you can now fly into an area of the world which otherwise would probably be a very default looking airport. Here comes Liam. We've got quite a few more flying in as well. Rab, hello, welcome. Thomas, no worries at all, buddy. Great to have you fly along again. It's been a while. Oh yeah, did I type FJI or FJA? I forget. Oh, he's just saved that. There's a little bit of a sink towards the touchdown there. But he's down by the looks of it. It's a nice flare. Held very nicely as well. Great touchdown. Mark, no worries. Jack, yeah, good luck to you. I'd imagine it's very difficult to fly into here at night. It was tricky in the day as well with that terrain. You can kind of see there, we mentioned we were flying slightly downhill. Kind of tricks the eye a little bit. Let's continue with our preparation for the return back. Just want to go back into here and see what we put in before, because I think FJI 262 actually, isn't it? Yeah. There we are, good spot, Doc. And then we need to go into here, FS Actions, Fuel. We'll look at
Osprey 04, backtracking up runway 20.
6541. A lot lighter on the way back. Payload.
Well done, mate.
Thank you very much.
Pretty much, well, yeah, we're full again. Zero fuel weight, 58.1, so we'll shred a bit of this.
Do you want to deboard crew?
$58.1. Zero fuel weight. Gross weight 64.6. 64.42 is what the actual figure is. That's fine. It's near enough. We're happy with that. We go back to here. Cost index of 80. flight level 410 is what we're going to try and achieve. Max, okay, fair enough, we won't, then we'll do 390. And our reserve, so our alternate plus FinRes. $2,000, so 2.0. And the cruise wins. The average wins in the cruise 259 at 18. Update that. Execute. This is going to be an important one. We need to go into VAS airplane toolbox. We've got loads on final still. Wow. Epic. Takeoff page. So ACAS, METAR, no METAR. We got, what was it, 1011, which you have to go with wind 0 at 0. Felicia, hello to you. Let's have a little look to see what our departure was going to be on. I think it was still the same as what we departed on originally. Oh, okay, so it's telling us depart gate 11. Departing runway 11. So that's a big old backtrack. Direct to Birop. Interesting. Well, our performance will be roughly the same anyway. METAR, calculate, let's see what it gives us. It reckons we're right on maximum takeoff weight. But it reckons takeoff profile 1 with a 40-degree flex. Like that. Madness. Right, anyway. We want to monitor the runway. So we're going to request boarding.
Boarding requested. Passengers bus is coming.
And I'm going to pull the new flight plan into here. There you go, VATSIM. Your favourite tune. South VOR departures. 29 East. Okay, we could do that. That could be quite fun. Category A, B, C, and D as well. So I reckon we depart 29, and then we turn on the south departures there. So we've got to go left turn, reach 1,500 prior to VLI, radial 165, and then 180 degree bearing from BANDB. And then we're going to be heading 110 degrees, and then 29 East at or above 1,500. And then, yeah, 29 East out to Zulu. That could be a cool one. Could be interesting. And then we're going to get a nice takeoff view as well. Otherwise, we're just going to depart straight out again. So, yeah, let's do that. We'll do runway 29 and then 29 East departure like that. I've got no idea, Hergy. probably just obstructed that for you guys. Hopefully not. But yeah, we selected 29, then we selected 29 east for the departure. So that's given us a bit more of a boxed off look on the VNAV. There we go. That could be quite nice and scenic. South onto Zulu, and then, ooh, that's fixes. Birop. We'll do 290, and then slash decimal, yeah, 78.
Traffic got 3565, 10 mile final, runway 29.
We'll do through cruise to flight level 390 as well, because I don't think we're going to be able to get to 410. Dock, no, not with, well, the winds, but A, the winds, but B, we've just gone through the charts, and there's basically a SID for 29 east, which looks quite nice. What it then also means is nothing on final. It means we get to take off and then do this sweeping left turn over the coast over there before heading back on ourselves, which could be quite nice. But instead of doing the whole thing, we'll do some vectors back onto our track, which I think will be quite nice. Bets, hello buddy!
Passengers bus is coming.
Backs are going on. Right, what else have we forgot? So that's looking good. M1 limit is good. Takeoff performance, let's get them on. 146, 156. 286 is set. We need to check those NDBs, don't we? So we have 361.
Passengers boarding starting.
361. We got 1143 as well, which will tune into nav 2. 1143 with a course of 165, because it's the outbound radial from that VOR that we want to intercept. So we're not flying to it, but we're going to intercept 165 and then a radial of 360, or aka 000. 180 bearing from the BA NDB. We could do a bearing out. It doesn't matter. You can see it flicking around on the nav display there. It's both 360 and 180. So if we activate that and then do the cross section. So that waypoint south is going to be on a bearing of 165 from VLI, which is there, and also 180 degrees south of the Port Vila 361 NDB, which is down there. So we've got ADF 1, VOR 2, 165, 180. Flight directors, we've got one on final. Can't see him yet. Oh, there he is. Always, always, always though, Doc. Surely there are some occasions where they'll depart 29. Plus, in the, we're doing flight sim and we can just, I think 29 would be quite nice. Like the Fenix, it looks like it's got some weird AI render issue.
Traffic, this is by G36 on final, runway 29.
Nice job. That's Hergy, red air. The mad dog. Oh dear. We've got somebody going screw over the grass. It's absolute chaos. Love it. Right, where were we? My goodness. 5 is set. Nice. First time I've not had to touch the trim. I think so, Matthew.
5 backtracking runway 29.
Oh, I know. We want route data, wind request. Yeah, then winds in. On the way back into Nadi, we departed on 20, but we're going to land on runway 02 instead. That's way too much information on a chart, in my opinion. Yeah, no idea. Way too much info. Anyway, no star charts on the approach. We are looking at 02, isn't it? Ooh, okay. So there's no approach charts for 02. We've got runway 11, runway 29, and then we've got runway and specified VOR DME. Got an NDB approach. And circling guidance lighting system. So basically we're going to tune that Port Vila 361 NDB, and then we're just going to have to fly maybe the VOR as well. The VOR could be useful because it might be a little bit more in line with the runway. Yeah. Well, this is going to be interesting. Oh no, yeah, this is Port Vila. My goodness. Good spot, Doc. Oh God. There are some stars. I did think it was a bit odd. We're not going to be doing either of those. We could do this. We could do the arrival from Beggett. It's not really needed. There we go. ILS or lock. Runway 02. That looks better, doesn't it? So we'll just go direct to final by the looks of it. From Beggett, we'll have to fly outbound and then round 025 degrees to that approach. We'll brief that and look at that a little bit nearer to the time. Oh, 12th North VOR. That looks cool. Not for our runway though. Twin NDB Yankee runway 02 approach. Holy moly. So we got that's tracking the Momi VO NDB and the Navakai NDB. So we're going to do lock 02. We're not going to bother about transitions, I don't think. MI. And then we could do Nadi actually. Yeah, we'll do Nadi. So NN VOR, but we probably won't actually fly there. It just adds it into the route. If we did, it would give us that nice downwind leg on approach, so that could be helpful. Right, where are we? One more on final. Andrew, no worries. I'm not sure what we're going to fly next, to be totally honest. I think we're overdue the A330 freeware. We're overdue on the Just Flight 146. Oh, Leroy Jenkins! Oh, he's going full Leroy Jenkins. What he's done is he shouted, committed. Is he going for it? Well, he's overshot the runway anyway.
About to go around.
Oh!
Oh, and he's on the ground.
Oh, I love it. That's fantastic. That gave me memories of what was the airport where we had something similar? Vilnius. How we got out of that, I don't know. Well played. He's up. 2 more inbound, but they're away. It's always the most random of airports that you get the absolute chaos.
Port Vila traffic, this is Osprey 236. Once I have finished starting up, I will go around.
That was Jack, I think. Good effort. We've got 2 more on final, but we've got a way yet. And we've got Osprey 1927, who's halfway between. So I think it's a good time actually to begin pushback and prep for our departure. We've done everything we can prep-wise. So let's pause Hullman. Sorry, VATSIM. And we will start the safety demonstration from PG Airways.
Bula and welcome on board this Fiji Airways flight. Our commitment to safety is matched only by our love for nature and the environment around us. Welcome to our home.
Port Vila traffic, Fiji 263 is pushing back, facing west.
Safety briefing and on a journey of discovery into some of the actions being taken to preserve our wonderful yet fragile home.
We are ready for pushback.
Firstly, please check that your tray table is stowed away, your seat is in the upright position, and your window shade
What's that finish
is
thrown
open.
up?
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Port Vila traffic, air van 74, 15 line final.
In the overhead compartment or under the seat in front of you. And all large portable electronic devices such as
Ducatel, no,
laptops
sadly not
and
Matt Check. It's not on there, so I'm actually just using
prior to
YouTube. But you
takeoff
can take
and
YouTube
landing.
stuff, so this audio, and put it into Ducatel custom profile. It's quite cool. Lovely, calm safety demo.
Traffic, this is Osprey 236 on downwind leg for
Must be
runway
switched to
29.
flight or airplane mode for the entire duration of the flight. If flight or airplane mode is not available, then ensure
That's
your
right, welcome.
device is switched off. If your portable electronic device gets trapped in your seat, do not move the seat. Call your crew for assistance. We remind our guests that smoking, including electronic cigarettes, is not permitted anywhere on board.
Engines clear. Start at will.
Your seatbelt needs to be fastened.
Port Vila traffic, air van 74, 10 mile final for runway 29.
To fasten, clip the belt together and pull the strap tightly.
No idea. We've got a custom profile here, so I've got no idea what to expect with
To release
GSX.
it, simply lift the flap or push the buckle. In the unlikely event of an emergency, you may be instructed to take the brace position. In any emergency, follow your crew member's instructions. Illuminated strips on the floor and lights
Weird, I'm not
close
sure.
to the exits will guide you to the nearest exit if visibility is restricted. Your cabin crew will now point out the exits nearest to you. Please take the time to familiarize yourself with the nearest exit, keeping in mind that it may be behind you. The exits are equipped with evacuation provisions which will be operated by the crew if needed.
Gonna stop soon.
A life jacket is located under your seat or in a compartment in the center wall for our business class guests. If required, remove it from its pack. Slip it
Oh,
over
we can't
your
do
head.
that way. We've got to do this.
Bring the tapes around your waist and clip the buckle together. Pull this tape to tighten. There is a lock for inflating the jump. Pull this tape as you exit. There is a mouthpiece for extra inflation, and the jacket has a light and a whistle for attracting attention.
This is proper chill. What a safety demonstration.
There's an oxygen mask in the unit above your head. If it's needed, it will drop down automatically from above.
JJ, we're on
Pull the
VATSIM.
mask down to start oxygen flow. Remain in your seat. Stay calm. Place the mask firmly over your nose and mouth and breathe normally. Pull the elastic tape over your head and adjust it to hold the mask in place. Please ensure that your mask is on before assisting children or others who may need your help. Your crew are moving through the cabin to conduct their
Port
final
Vila traffic, this is Osprey 236, turning
If
base,
you need more
runway 29.
information, please refer to the safety card in your seat pocket. Ask a member of our cabin crew. Vinaka.
I'll whack them on
to learn more
now.
about some of the environmental initiatives from Fiji Airways or our partners.
Water brake RTO, flight direct's already on. We're going to go LNAV, VNAV, water thrust. Come on, GSX. Wish me a good flight.
Fiji Airways realised the need.
That's some video about the Aviation Academy. Let's ignore that one. Oh, we just had one touchdown. Epic. Okay, engines 1 and 2 look good. System, we've already done the checks. Let's bring that up onto the top screen so the bottom was closed. Let's clear that one, do another check of this. Off on the brakes, TCAS TARA. And we'll hold position here to allow that aircraft to take our stand that we just vacated. Port Vila traffic, Fiji 263 is holding position for the aircraft on back track, so you can taxi straight in.
Airvan 74 backtracking.
Actually, to be fair, I think I can get in ahead of him. Let's do it. 'Cause he's all the way up there. LNAV, VNAV, order thrust, flight directors, engine RTO. We're going to go fuel flow reset rate, lights, POS light strobe and steady. Port Vila traffic, Fiji 263 is going to enter and backtrack runway 29.
Port Vila traffic, this is Osprey 236 on final runway 29.
Oh dear. Is that aircraft Yeah, he's backtracking quick. Now I'm looking ahead because I'm worried about the aircraft.
You can go ahead, I'm going to slow down. We'll go around due to traffic on runway.
Can't see him. Oh dear, indeed. I am looking. The aircraft on final from Fiji 262, I can move to the side of the runway. There is an area for me to park if you want to continue. I don't want to wreck them.
Many thanks, but I'm already going around, no need.
Roger. I didn't know you were on final, sorry. I still can't see them. Sweeze, I've no idea. I don't think it looks cartoonish, to be honest. I think it looks really good. In my opinion, anyway. Oh, little jiggle of the brakes. Let's get rid of QATL. We need to... Okay, so he's gone south, that's fine, that's Jack. That's why my spacings were mucked up. I forgot he'd gone around. Okay. Port Vila traffic. VG 262 is taking off runway 29 on the 29 east departure. So, 40%. I hope VAS Airplane Toolbox has calculated this correctly. Engines look good and stable. Toga, off the brakes, stick forwards, quick acceleration. Speeds alive. There goes the flight director, flicking vertical.
80 knots.
Okay, this is good. Happy days. Both hands on the stick. Don't want to rotate too much, you'll get that tail strike.
Airband 5 is on final runway 29, 11 miles.
Not going to allow us to engage that yet.
Yeah, for backtracking at runway 29 now.
Ah, it will. And Port Vila traffic, Fiji 262 is airborne, 1,000 feet. Happy days. Let's go to 090, so we'll follow it left. Send that for the backtrack. Away we go. Look at that. This is why we wanted to do this departure. Spectacular. Go through our flat traction speeds. Let's get them up. We want to go back to that wing view. Air conditioning. Auto, auto, auto. I reckon there's a unscheduled descent. Oh my god, 2000. Cool. My god. Definitely forgot that. That's fine though, because we basically have just done the constraints in the charts. So we'll clear that because the aircraft thinks it's depressurising or going to basically hold depressurisation because of the slight cock up there. Easily rectified though. Liam, just click maintenance in the FMC. It'll fix it. Job done. Repair all or something like that.
For taking off runway 20.
Right, let's go back into here and we're going to go to heading select.
Port Vila traffic, this is Osprey 236. Be advised, due to pilot incompetence, I shall stay airborne and try and land in Fiji.
No, of course, if you want to continue, I'm just parked off to the side of the runway trying to sort an issue out.
Direct beer up.
Roger that. Take time though, I am ascending to, correction, climbing to flight level 30.
Copy.
There's the view. Jack, did you get cut up again? If so, I'm very sorry there if that's the case. Hopefully not. You staying airborne and flying back to Nadi with us? Giveaway still open. Win a chance, or at least get a chance by entering and answering the question correctly to win a copy of the new iniBuilds Nadi Airport scenery for Microsoft Flight Simulator. We're on our way back there now. It's brand new for MSFS. Released just a couple of days ago. Haven't actually got it myself yet either. It's the release candidate that they've sent us for previewing basically to you guys, so we don't own all of the products we get sent. They might send me, in this case, a release candidate, which means that we it'll become out of date at some point, and for me to fly into it again I'll have to buy it again. So we preview it as quick as we can so you guys can see how good it looks. It's a really nice bit of scenery in a very remote part of the world. That's all good. Now with that air conditioning warning through 10,000, we've got to make sure our aircraft is pressurising normally. It certainly looks like we are. We'll refresh this and that master caution has gone away. William, no, it can just be the one word, the main word of the ocean in question. Not too worried about compass directions, if that makes sense. It's only looking for a specific word. Hello William as well, good afternoon by the way. Right, next things we've got to be thinking of, well, we've got a little way yet, but we're going to be thinking about the arrival into Nadi. So on the charts, I'm going to pin the ILS approach because that's what we want to select. What are we flying into? It is 02, yeah. So lock runway 2. I wonder how that looks with the transition. So that looks a bit inefficient, to be honest. We'll look at Beggit and we'll go straight across. Let's go to standard pressure. Cheers, Doc. I got my head in the charts here. So when we departed, we were on about flying the arrival with the downwind leg via the Nadi VOR, which is NN 1125. That gives us this orange line that comes off here. A little bit more inefficient because it means that we've got to go Beggit, across to Nadi, and then we've got to go downwind, turn base and final. So what we'll probably end up doing is flying into Beggit and then vector straight to final, which I think we can change in here. So if we change that like so, there we go, good old Navigraph. That's what we're going to actually be doing. Straight into Mike India, by the looks of it. So as long as at Mike India we're at 3,000 feet, looking at that cross section of the charts, we're good. How that translates then into here is another question entirely, because we want the Lock 02 approach, but it only gives us VK1, VK2 or NN, so we're just going to ignore. In fact, we could just do that, transition straight to final. Let's see, Beggit, MI, NDB. Oh, perfect. So let's hide Navigraph. We'll go to plan mode because we're going indirect BROP. Oh, perfect. There we go. So we've got a straight line from the MI NDB in. That's what we want. And there's discontinuity between that and BROP. So we're going to select that. We're going to put that into there to fill the gap between Beggit and the MI NDB. If we step through this, there we go. That looks like what we've just put in on the charts. Liam, no worries. I'm going to change this constraint to at 3,000 instead. So they're going to recalculate the rest of it. Forecast. Rab, thank you very much. There's the latest METAR. Light showers and rain. It was beautiful skies when we departed earlier. QNH 1010 for NFFN. We'll do a descent wind request. Yo, hello buddy, welcome. Doing UPS long haul from Cologne to Louisville, very nice. How long does that take then, flight time wise? And is that in the 747-8 in MSFS or something else? Bingo. That'll do. That is our route. Literally 4 waypoints. Come out of map mode. We're gonna have to recalculate everything, aren't we? Put in a step of 410 there. Mikhail, Merry Christmas to you, welcome. Step point enable, interesting. So we'll cruise at flight level 390 instead. That's set to 2000. We can go into here, we want 364. 405 ready. So we can flick across between the two. They're both at Nadi. One is Mommy, or Momi, MI, Mike India, 364. And then Navakai, Victor Kilo, 405. For those frequencies, we've got Nadi VOR 1125. We'll tune that into ADF. Nav2, sorry, because we're tuning and monitoring ADF1, so we can't use VOR1. And then we've got the ILS frequency of treble 19, which we'll pre-tune in both of those ready with a course of 025. Boom, we are ready to go. VOR2 and ADF1 are active. We can flick that across as well, so we've got ADF1 displayed in the standby instrument instead of a VOR. And then when we get a bit closer, we'll get towards planning the descent and then calculating our braking ratios and all that sort of stuff as well. Europe's just about in oceanic airspace, very nice. When's the giveaway being announced? Liam's asking. Good question. When we land and we go engines off in Nadi. $390-075. They're all both set. That's looking good. We can go out of the menu here into legs and FMS2. And we're standard pressure. We can set minimums actually as well. What have we got here? ILS DME, decision height, 240. Let's tune that ready. There's got a lot of scrolling for this one. 240. I know, Christopher, it's crazy, isn't it? Life on the edge. Like every flight in the 737. Nadi radio is online again, thanks to Pip. So 1236, which is what we've already got tuned there in the standby frequency. So what we can do is tune across to them. And if we go into our vPilot settings, we disable the realistic ATC audio effects, we'll need to turn them up. Disable HF background noise as well. Rob, yeah, it's a nice little route. Is the glide slope out? Interesting. So then we'll put 420 in. Actually, yes, you're correct there. Yeah, because the charts are showing lock runway 02, aren't they? So maybe the glide slope doesn't work. But we'll find out. If we get one, then happy days. And minimums will be 240 instead of 420. But our MDA now is going to be 420 feet. Well, Jasri could do, but it's pointless because it just depends on how the scenery is coded. So the NOTAMs might, most of the time in flight sim, very rarely get updated with the scenery, do they? That's kind of the problem. We'd expect a payware scenery to be updated all the time based on service works and glide slope tweaks and you know, that sort of thing, which I don't think many developers do. I'm not sure. We'll find out when we get there. If we've got a glide slope or not, and if we don't, we'll check the NOTAMs, unless somebody checks the NOTAMs on the way and then tells us. Birop, Book B. Very slow climb for us today. We are heavy and we're trying to climb fast, and they don't tend to mix. We're also climbing as high as we can, but we're up in 30 miles. About an hour and 20 again, Delta Tango I think. Let me just double check what we got here. 1 hour 21. Nice short hops. Depends on the winds. We've been lucky with the wind today. Sometimes it's pretty brutal around here for winds at altitude, and then that means that your flight times can extend into like 2 hours 30, that sort of thing. We're not doing too bad for time. Got loads flying out. Port Vila is still busy, really busy. $400 kilos of fuel difference, I think. Just have to monitor the bits there. Imagine flying this route on an ATR, Doc says. It'd be quite interesting, wouldn't it? It'd be certainly a lot longer as well. BROP 1236. We can go on to monitoring that, 121.5. So we've got to do a little bit of maths, really. We've set the time to more local time, whereas obviously in Zulu it's very different. So Port Vila, estimated time of arrival of 0621. And that's the current sim time in Zulu, so 0548. So we've got 43 minutes. But it's actually 1549 Zulu in real time now. So 1622 is when we're estimated over Port Vila. And let's try and speak to Nadi radio again. So because as Sim Zulu time isn't correct, we've had to actually try and work it out ourselves properly. Cruise of Mach 80. Nadi radio, Fiji 262.
Fiji 262, Nadi radio, today, go ahead.
Nadi radio, Fiji 262, good evening again. Currently overhead, BROP, flight level 340, climbing flight level 390, Mach decimal 78. Next waypoint is BROP. Correction, Port Vila, estimated time at 1622 Zulu, cruising at Mach decimal 80.
Overhead BROP, Port Vila, time 22, flight level 390, Mach decimal 78.
Nadi radio, Fiji 262 is correct.
Fiji 262, thanks, report. Next, Port Vila.
Wilco VG262. So next report's Butvi there, and then we're going to be beach. So before we get to Butvi, we've got to then recalculate in the Zulu time how quickly we'd reach beach. But just before we do that, we're going to hit then our top of descent, which is when the chap controlling us today or giving us this higher upper airspace control means that we can go back to Unicom. Rab says, I hope you can hear him better than us. Not particularly. So because it's a radio station, like Oceanic, it's really far across. Really, to be fair, it's quite tough. You're trying to send radio waves over a vast air space, body of water. So you get issues with the radio becoming pretty mucky. So what we've done is we've in vPilot turned off 2 of the settings, which then take away the HF static and also the realistic ATCFX, which means that we would barely be able to hear him. So instead, we're just I've gone into vPilot settings. I've turned the volume up to max. So that is as loud as I can hear him. But unfortunately, what it then means is people flying along, when they transmit, they're closer. They might end up being extremely loud, so I'll apologise in advance if that is the case. $2,000 feet to go. We're almost there at cruise. Woofer's going crazy. Oh, shop's been delivered. Liam can see the chemtrails already. I thought you were restarting the sim. There we go, look at that for a screenshot. It's a great livery, isn't it, Rab? It's available on flightsim.to, so you can download this livery for free. Same with the Port Vila scenery that we've departed from just now in this middle sort of airport, the 2 sectors we're doing today. And I believe it's linked in the description as well for you guys for the stream today. Vast nothingness down below, all the way until we get back towards Nadi. And there's the giveaway question in the live chat again, for those of you who are looking to enter today. Jack, no worries. At least you noticed now, and at least you hadn't deployed the gravity extension by accident, like I had done in that 146 flight a little while ago. Jack, what's wrong with your graphic card currently? By the way, folks, look how high at this altitude, flight level 390. Look how narrow the flight envelope is here. We've got 10 knots above before we're overspeeding, 10 knots below, and we're into stalling territory. Crazy. That's a really narrow flight envelope, which then makes sense because it said we can't step to flight level 410 today. Jack, is the emergency gear extension. So like if you're in the 737, for example, it would be where is it? It's one of these, isn't it? There's a click spot here, I think, which is the emergency gear extension. I might be wrong. There it is. So that little click spot there, that is the emergency gear extension in the 7.3. That would then deploy your gear and you wouldn't be able to retract them. .80 knot tailwind helping us today. Yeah, I did that in the Just Flight 146 a little while ago, Jack, and once I triggered it, that was it. I couldn't retract the gear. So we had to fly all the way to the Faroe Islands with gear down, burning loads of extra fuel and flying a hell of a lot lower because we couldn't we couldn't retract the gear. Fritz, yeah. You know what, we all have, probably once a month, we'll all have some sort of reasonable mind slip where we'll just forget to do something key. We'll be scratching our heads trying to work out why, what's gone wrong, but
had a good day, Osprey 565, flight level 30.
Osprey 5665, Nadi Oceanic, go ahead, position report.
Ooh, Joey, that's a tough question. Is there any new scenery that is announced or coming in 2023 that you're looking forward to? I don't actually know of any that might be in development, except for Pirate Dev Co's East Midlands. That would be good.
For Nadia from Port Vila, go 215 nautical miles out from Port at flight level 246, climbing for 380.
Nago, no. So, if you've entered the giveaway, you have 24 hours to contact me via email or direct message on Discord to claim the prize. I'd need to see the link of your own YouTube channels, your accounts, to show that you are the person that's won the giveaway, and then we would contact iniBuilds and get it all sorted out. Yeah, you've got to contact me within 24 hours, basically. Liam, yeah, controls really quiet. You have to turn the volume right up in vPilot settings to max, which makes everyone else really loud, but then you can hear the controller. Keep smashing the likes, folks. See if we can get to 100 before we arrive. Oh, Flight App at Athens. That's another one that's on the way that really looking forward to.
094,
Orbex, Stockholm, Arlanda, Christopher, that would be good. Peter, we're landing on runway 02. Lock 02 for the approach. And it will be straight in with no transition from Beggett. And no star. EGNX would be great for the cargo ops, but it'll also be a good place for basing 737 ops out of. TUI, Ryanair, that sort of thing. Aerosoft Mega Oslo would be cool. Be interested to see how that compares against Hergey's freeware one though.
Nadi Radio, this is Osprey 236. I have just passed Virop, climbing to flight level 350.
Well, in Brandenburg's getting a big update, Matt says. Yeah, that's much needed as well, actually. We've not used Berlin Brandenburg since its release, to be honest. It's been a long time since we've been there.
Roger that.
It would be nice to see that it's gets a good update, especially now with what Aerosoft have been able to learn through the development of various other products in MSFS. I mean, look how good their Brussels is, for example. That is mind-blowingly good. Right, 02 METAR 1010 is a crosswind of 3 knots. We'll calculate that. It's flat 30. Landing altitude, we'll change that to 50, not 100. We'll do auto brake 2 and full reverse, and that should have us stop towards the area to vacate the runway straight into the terminal building.
Nadi Radio, this is Osprey 236. Estimated time to Port Vila is 1638 Zulu.
Matrix says, do you get any airport stutters when you get to airports like Stansted? Check it's not the freeware Stansted, Matrix, because I know some people have reported issues with it, and the developer hasn't updated it in a really long time.
Incorrect flight plan file.
Nadi Radio, that is affirmative. I had to reroute due to pilot incompetence.
Bubba Galt says, I was watching your 787 stuff. Would you say that even with the PMDG 737 it's worth it? I was thinking of picking it up. So, Bubba Galt, the big question there is, do you have Premium Deluxe Microsoft Flight Simulator?
I'm en route to Nadi International.
Osprey 236, that's the incorrect flight plan filed en route to Nadi. Please file the correct flight plan.
Roger that, stand by.
Basically, Bubba Galt, if you have Premium Deluxe already, and therefore have the default 787 in that package, then that's great. You could try the Heavy Division 787 just to see, and it'll improve it quite drastically in comparison. If you are, however, using just the standard version of MSFS or something else, I would not pay for an upgrade to Premium Deluxe because it just isn't worth it. Certainly you're better off spending the money on the PMDG 737, or if you're looking for a long-haul airliner, from PMDG over the next few months we're expecting the 777, which will be incredibly good, so you're better off waiting for something like that instead. It'll be even more hands-on than a 787, but full of detail. No worries, Bob Goat. You're more than welcome. Still got a nice little tailwind. What we can do here as well, actually, is we can put in a couple of fixed rings. So I'm going to do a 10 DME fixed ring around the runway because that's going to give us In fact, that'll be bang on Momi's NDB at 9.8 DME. So we'll do runway 02. And then we'll do 5. Would you even consider, or ever consider an X-Plane 12 flight, Jassery says? Probably not, no. It doesn't look any different realistically to X-Plane 11, which doesn't excite me at all. I think most of the excitement at the moment, or at least most of my interests and things, are all stuck within MSFS. I find myself basically sucked into the world of Microsoft Flight Simulator, and the sim, I think, is in a very good place at the moment. There is no need for me to change to X-Plane 12. Certainly what they've done to improve X-Plane 12 and call it that, they've just, by the sounds of it, just given you puddles. I don't think it's worth buying, to be frank. Yeah, as Matthew's saying, but the puddles. Give it another year, maybe MSFS will have puddles in it. Realistic puddles. I'd like to think Asobo will be working away at creating them, just to ruin X-Plane's day a little bit more. I think with where MSFS is and the products being released for it, you know, the product lineup from PMDG, prime example there. All of the aircraft being worked on by the folks at Just Flight as well, and Aerosoft hands creating that ATR for Microsoft Flight Simulator iniBuilds with the A300 coming soon, and their A310 that's been released for that 40th anniversary edition of Microsoft Flight Simulator. All this incredible scenery. And these wonderful graphics. I don't really feel like I just feel like it's leaving everything else in the dust. It's leaving everything else in its wake turbulence, I suppose, to keep it on theme. When I was a lot younger, Matchek, I used to splash around in a lot of them. I know about that. Zathira, good evening, welcome. Matthew says, fact of the matter is Austin really dropped the ball on X-Plane 12, and I mean he's really fallen half a decade or more behind the rest of the industry. I think what he relies on, looking at his pictures on Twitter and things, and with his Tesla shirts and things like that on, he's just relying on a very devout fan base of X-Plane 12 coming across from X-Plane 11.
Nadi Control, Osprey 247 Alpha with you, climbing through flight level 316 for flight level 370.
Absolutely, Ram.
Inbound to Port Vila.
But also now the variety that we've got and the depth of a lot of the variety is just epic. Fergie, I haven't used it, to be honest, so I haven't actually, I don't think I've updated the Christmas update still.
Expect to be just wait one for Osprey 2472.
Osprey 247 Alpha, say again.
Inbound Port Vila at 1640 Zulu for Osprey 247 Alpha.
Matthew, nice. How did it go?
Osprey 247
You said you landed,
Alpha,
so that sounds positive.
Level 370, estimate good feed time is 16:40.
Affirm for Osprey 247 Alpha.
Osprey 247 Alpha, thanks, report next foot feed.
Okay, beach, 627Z. Might as well start trying to calculate that now. What are we? We're 1611Z real time. and the sim time is 6:10Z. Wow, it's only 5-6 minutes between the two.
Fiji 422, Fiji 422, Nadi radio.
So it's going to be 16, 22. 1622 we're going to be inbound Butvee estimated. So based upon that, 1622. Matchek saying, how come you disabled realistic ATC sounds? Because otherwise we can't hear him. Because it's such a vast area Nadi radio is covering, we could barely hear him basically. So we've disabled realistic ATC sounds so that we can actually hear what he's saying, effectively.
Nadi radio, Dominican 345 at flight 370 inbound, Port Vila 1645 Zulu.
Anyway, what was I doing?
Last station calling, please say again.
Red Dominican 345.
We're expecting 1628 really, basically, for beach. 1628Z.
Red 345, flight level 370, Port Vila time 1645.
Flight level 390, Mach decimal 80. For that next position report, it's going to be a real quick one because then we're going to hit other bits. So, Delta Tango, even though it is essentially black and white, I've always loved Fiji's livery. It's pretty cool, isn't it? There it is. This is the COP23 special on flightsim.to. Matthew saying, position report, CPDLC is so nice sending them off for you. Although I did have to do one this last Japan trip as CPDLC didn't auto-log on to Tokyo. Interesting. And there's nothing worse than trying to understand Tokyo on HF.
Fiji 422, Nadi radio.
Cythera, the foot per minute does not matter too much in a landing. It is the G-force. Also, did one landing into Nadi yesterday, the bumpiest and gustiest landing I ever had.
Nadi radio,
Aircraft was quite hard to control. Nice. At least you got it on the ground safe, that's all that matters. Doesn't matter if it's a firm landing in that situation either. As long as it's accurate. Absolutely, Rab. That's the tease, isn't it? Waypoint beach. Or if you're flying inbound beach for your position report, say, and you're coming out of Sydney perhaps, it's probably quite an exciting point because you know you're near the beach. You're almost there. VATSIM Mike, good morning to you. I hope you're well.
Flight level 380.
Flight level 380, Osprey 5665.
Landing weight 60.8 tons.
Osprey 5665, report next Port Vila.
Roger, report
143.
Osprey affected this way.
Not long to go, Cythera. Crikey. Been with us now as a member for 19 months. Epic.
Nadi radio, good day, this is Fiji.
Thank you for your ongoing support.
Level 390.
X-Flyer, hello. So recently discovered these amazing simulation worlds. Haven't got Microsoft Flight Simulator myself yet. Do you guys ever fly with two pilots on very long haul flights so you can actually sleep like real pilots? It's a good question actually. Personally no, but some people do and have done in the past. There's a couple of things. that you can download. They give you this shared cockpit, and that allows 2 of you, or even more of you, to connect and basically take turns flying the jet, which is quite cool. It's a bit of a fiddle, so I tend to avoid it. I tend to break it more than I can get it to work, but some people do it.
422, report next Port
G42, we will report next.
And it does, yeah. 2 pilots can be connected to the same cockpit on VATSIM. Another good question there. You tick a shared cockpit box, or observer mode is called. So one of you can do the comms, one of you can fly, and then you can switch over to one of you, and take it in turns. You keep to 1236. He will hand us off back to Unicom at top of descent, basically, because he's only controlling, like they would do at Gander. They're controlling this upper airspace, like nat tracks, basically. He's controlling all the waypoints at high altitude. When we start to descend, he'll put us back over to Unicom. X-Fly, no worries. Thanks for asking. Great questions. If you're thinking it, other people will be. Brit, oh my god, I did. Brits, yeah, thank you for pointing that out. It didn't pop up for me for some reason. I heard the ding, but I think it must have been the same time as Theo said hello, so it didn't show up. My goodness, Jack, thank you very much, buddy. That is really generous of you. Dropping a massive 300 quid tip. You guys have been really generous today. Thank you so much. Jack, that's really appreciated. I don't know what to say. That's incredible. Very, very kind of you. Thank you so much. Hergy, no. You can get rid of the background noise. Just go into vPilot settings and disable HF static. And then hit apply. We're going to go order brake 2. Yeah, Magic. Oh yeah, I wish. Yeah, there's loads of stuff I've got to pay for over the coming year. I've got a holiday and things like that, so little bits can help. Yeah, it's really appreciated. And then, you know, put a bit aside for the tax man and everything else. Help pay off credit cards. And it will help fund future giveaways too. Rap, you can have them. Got to turn the belts off. Whoops. But being 12. I think we're going to chase that down pretty quick, to be fair. Almost at 100 likes as well. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate that. And everyone that's hit thumbs up so far. Ah, Jack, you're fine. Mistakes here and there. Doesn't matter. To Tango, yeah. That's a great shout. Didn't pay for the landing fees in Port Vila. Or the replacement of any broken landing gear. Awesome, Magic. Off to the D-level sim at Gatwick. That's fantastic for the 737. That's going to be great fun. Nadi Radio, PG262 position update.
PG262, Nadi Radio, go ahead.
Nadi Radio, PG262 is overhead, but the next waypoint, beach at time 1628 Zulu. No waypoints thereafter. flight level 390, Mach decimal 80.
Fiji 262, monitor Unicom 122.80.
Monitor Unicom 122.8 for Fiji 262. Thanks for the ATC. See ya. There we are. So he knows beach is too far out of his remit because we'll be into descent at that point, so he's handed us off. So we can go back over to VPilot, audio settings, enable realistic ATC audio effects, enable HF background noise, and I can turn the output volume back down to 0. Coming up to top of descent, we've got to think about our checks. So destination weather, let's have a look. We get the latest METAR into NFFN, Nadi. What have we got? Winds 130 at 3. All the 9s. Light showers and rain. Few clouds at 2,800 feet. Scattered cloud at 048, so scattered 4,800. 24 degrees Celsius, dew point 23 degrees Celsius. There's a 1 degree spread, means the air is very saturated at the moment. And a QNH 1010. With that in mind, I'm going to run the numbers on VATS Airplane Toolbox again. Make sure that runway condition shows as damp instead of dry. And I'm going to hit calculate. So order brake 2 is still sufficient. It's given us stopping distance with 1,046 meters left with both reversers on. We'll use that because we want to vacate near towards the terminal. And then in here, we've got our V speeds already input, 143, that's all good. ILS frequencies, those are what we want. So lock 02, treble 1.9, course 025. Nav 1 and Nav 2, we've got the courses set on both of those, so the arrival data is all set, and the landing altitude up here will change back to 50, we'll have that set now as well. Radios are set, we're on Unicom, nothing else. And the lock ILS frequency of course is set, Nav 1 and 2. They're both in the standby box there at the moment. We're not tracking the ADF yet. VOR2 isn't trackable just yet. We're still a way away for now. We just need to flick them both across when it's required. We're going to do a warning recall. And then engine anti-ice, wing anti-ice not required at the moment, but we're going to have to reset the MCP altitude to 3,000 feet. So let's scroll. 3,000, that's set. And we're in VNAV mode, so when we hit top of descent in about 10 nautical miles, 5 nautical miles, the aircraft will go to VNAV path and VNAV descent. And then away we go down towards Nadi to head back to where we started today, the new iniBuilds Nadi Airport scenery for MSFS, with that 1 copy left to give away. Altimeter set 1010. That's the current QNH, good. Minimums 420 feet because we're expecting to have no glide slope, so it should be a locked DME approach. Minimums for that are 420 feet. If the weather's good, I'll hand fly the whole final approach again. Warren says, you've been my in-flight entertainment for my round-the-world flights. Fiji to Honolulu 737-800, still about 2.5 hours to go. Epic. Great little flight there as well. Hope you've been enjoying it. How far round the world are you? Are you almost complete then, Warren? Those of you channel members as well in the chat, head to Discord, head to our lounge, our club lounge area. I need your help to come up with a little group flight idea on VATSIM, a nice route that we can fly. maybe without any ATC, but you know, it might be more of an incentive for people to take part. But I'm looking to do a group flight on VATSIM on the 1st of January to start the new year. Down we go. Awesome, Warren. Very nice. Bristol to Bristol. That's an awesome starting and ending point as well. Different, isn't it? Usual ones for people like Heathrow, Frankfurt, that sort of thing. So good on you, going for Bristol. Down we go. Just going to check the actual data in here in legs. So the MI NDB 3,000 feet is what we've asked for, so that's what we've got. Beach flight level 340, Beggett 10,497 feet, so that's looking pretty good. Then we've got our missed approach there, vectors and 3,000 feet on a heading of 260 degrees to 3.5 DME for a hold. No, it's fine. It'll be before that. It'll be 1 o'clock UK time again, most likely. Basically 1 day off because it's a bank holiday. I'm working the 2nd of January on a night shift, but I can stream on the 1st because I'm not working both bank holidays basically. May as well begin the year straight up with a stream. We'll do something cool. Might organise a few ideas for a giveaway. Maybe do like 10 €5 Contrail vouchers or something like that, so we can get 10 winners or something. That'd be quite cool. Jassery. Could do. I'm not sure how stable the sim is though. And then what we find as well, transatlantic, is the second gander turns go online, half of people flying along log off. Fair enough, Liam. Yeah, we'll see what we can come up with. Even if it's 2 sectors, perhaps we can do 3 different airports or something. So people that can just do a few hours can join for 1 leg. We can do a turnaround and continue on the 2nd leg, something like that. We'll organise it in the Discord server in our club lounge. If you've not subscribed to the channel so far as well, hit the subscribe button down below. Don't forget to give the stream a like as well. We're making our way into Nadi now, a final destination for today, 2nd sector of 2. Fritz, how long of a flight and do you want multiple legs? So we could do short, sweet, 40-minute sectors perhaps. Maybe little hops around Scandinavia, Tromsø, around the coast, I don't know. We could do 2 or 3 little sectors of those. Or we could do 1 big 3-hour sector, perhaps. I don't know. Depends what people want to do. I'm open to ideas. Beggett at 3,000. We're in VNAV. Oh, you know what? We fiddled around vertical speed on the way out, didn't we? Let's just leave it in VNAV, set to 3,000, and we will see what it does. It reckons at this speed, without changing any deceleration or anything, it reckons that that's going to be where we level off at 3,000, which is really early. We'll be skimming the waves, but we'll just see what happens. We'll leave it in VNAV. It's probably going to be fine. Awesome, 100 likes. Thank you, guys. Very much appreciate every one of you who've hit like. Not long to go. It does seem quite steep, that, doesn't it? Look at that. Ooh, now it's leveled off slightly. Interesting. El Bapino, welcome. How are you, buddy? Hope you're well over in France. Merry Christmas to you as well. Rab says VNAV works well in the updated longitude. Quite nice. Jasper says, what about VFR bush flying in the mountains? Change from airliners. Nice idea. Something different. Hey, Birdman, that's pretty good. Happy with that. By the way, I've put all of our... That's gone very nose down all of a sudden. All of our screenshots from today into Volanta so far. Oh, that's why, because we're descending at a high rate of speed as well, aren't we? Let's go to descent. Let's have a look. Target speed of 330 knots. That's why. Christ. That's pretty rapid, isn't it? So if you want, it's because we've got a really high cost index today of 80. So what you can do is just change that if you wish. You can go slash 290. Execute. And it's now going to have to try and lose all that speed. So we'll go flight to 10, because otherwise the VNAV's going to be really out. We'll help the aeroplane a little bit. Hergy's asking, do I use FS Realistic anymore? No. I find it very unrealistic. I've said a couple of times now, it's yeah, quite unrealistic, so I don't use it. The head bobbing and everything else is just way too OTT. You end up having to turn most of the settings almost off, which I then think defeats the point, does it not? We'll leave it in flight to 10 until that VNAV guidance there comes back towards the sort of the centre line. Won't take too long. Rab's got the updated meta on the live chat. Thanks, Rab, if you're all wondering. That's the meta we were talking about a few minutes ago. VNAV path is working its way back towards that centre point of the primary flight display now as well. You mean we aren't bobbleheads? Exactly. That's my problem with it. Glad it's not just me. Now I want to see a bobblehead freeware thing for a co-pilot. I'm sure someone will create it and put it into flightsim.to at some point in the future. There's the giveaway question. Which ocean surrounds Fiji? Jasri, yeah, saying that the new walk-around feature of SS Realistic seems interesting. It does, but how often are you going to use it? My argument there would be, what's the point? There's not really much point. Right, we're back on our VNAV profile now, pretty much, so get rid of the spoilers. So Thera's asking, is the MD-80 for Microsoft Flight Simulator worth it? It's tough. I've still got a real issue with the textures and the sounds. I don't think are acceptable for something that's priced at £90 to £100. The system depth is really quite impressive. It does blow your mind, and it's a very tough aircraft to learn. I struggle with the price still, to be totally honest with Thera. I don't think it's worthy of 90 quid at all. Maybe more PMDG price, that sort of level, then fair enough. But no, otherwise, no, not yet. Fritz, yeah, that'd be great if we had an Osprey bobblehead. I wouldn't have a clue how to create one, but we could have like a little bobblehead for the dash here, Osprey Airways on it. That'd be quite fun. Bang on, Cythera. The walk-around feature is a feature for the sake of there being one. Yeah, creating something that doesn't need to be created. PMDG, oh, you know what, I'd go one above that, Rab. PMDG 737-600 is the best value for money. Through standard pressure, we're just going to have a quick check of this. We're depressurising nicely. Let's go to local pressure now, QNH 1010, and we're inbound Beggett. So we're going to be on for a right turn directly towards the Mike India NDB now, where we need to be at 3,000 feet. Back inbound to Nadi. We've got the lock approach 02 configured, but I might hand fly in again. Would give it a go with a bit of hand flying. Through 10,000, hit the bar. Runway turn off lights and seatbelt signs. Strobes logo is off, don't need it on, anti-collision lights on. So we've got everything else set as required. Nadi traffic, Fiji 262, Boeing 737-800 at 10,000 feet, QNH 1010, overhead Beggett and inbound direct to Mike India NDB for the lock approach runway 02. We'll report turning final Nadi traffic.
Oscar 094, Fiji traffic descending from about level 340.
Chris says the PMDG naturally goes to 240 below 10,000. Is there any other way to set this to 250 by default? It's a good question. I think you just need to change that. Change it to 250/ and then save. So do that right at the start, cold and dark, just go into here, and I think you should be able to save that then. Not 100% sure, but you can save certain things in a custom profile by doing that. VATSIMs took off from Suva, very nice. 15 minutes from Nadi. Epic, nice of you to join us. Look at this, we're getting this stunning sunset now. We roll this round before we get too deep into approach. Look at that, epic. In fact, we'll keep it swiveling round. Oops, wrong way. X-Flyer, another question saying, are there add-ons available where after the flight the pilot crew goes onto a crew bus and gets a scenic bus ride to a fancy crew hotel at the destination? I wish. Not all the hotels are fancy either, trust me. I've been to the Sheraton in Lagos when I was working for British Airways, and you used to get in the shower, turn the shower on, obviously to get clean because it's a shower, but the water would come out brown, and then there would be loads of sand and sediment and dust all in at the bottom of the bath at the end of the shower when you turn the tap off. Right, let's get rid of the music for now. Through 10,000 as well, let's get QATL back started for GSX, ready to go. I've stayed in a few really fancy hotels. The one at Yokohama Royal Park Hotel in Tokyo was incredible. 53 floors up in a skyscraper overlooking Mount Fuji. It was just spectacular. Really, really sunk into the memory banks quite deep there. Look at this.
Descent from flight level 300 to 1.
Pretty much, yeah. Actually, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it got rid of a lot of dead skin. I guess every cloud, every cloud. It's getting busy, so auto brake 2 is set. We might as well arm the speed brakes now because I'm not expecting to have to use them unless I mismanage our speeds with the energy of the aeroplane. We're going to fill up Nadi again. To be fair, there's every chance we're going to need to add a bit of drag in anyway. Right, lights signs. We'll do crew call. Get them in their seats. And it's going to get busy because I'm going to hand fly. I'm going to put the ignition modes onto continuous now already. One less thing for us to do. Inshan was good. Jakob, welcome on board. Matthew said Inshan was great. The unknown Pacific Island was great. Some of our domestic hotels, on the other hand. Yeah, I stayed in a really nice hotel in Seoul, actually. But I remembered going around sort of February time. It was minus 30 something. Just absolute madness. I've never been somewhere so cold in my life. Yeah, the sun's over here somewhere, isn't it? Reflecting off the glare shield there. Look at that. Oh, wonderful. Start the tanker, that'd be amazing. If we can work out how to make that work, that would be really quite impressive, wouldn't it, as a merch product. Right, let's go back in and focus. Right, so we're going to go to heading select mode. Going to come right, 130 degrees. This is going to help. Actually, no, we're going to go right 140 degrees. Flap 5, speed's good for that. Let's get them out. 4,000 feet and descending. 1,000 above. So I'm going to go to 2,500, I think. Bring us into 10 DME. Got a slight extension of the runway centre line there. We're using that to help us.
Nadi traffic, PMDG 351, taxiing to runway 20 by Alpha.
Lap 10. Yeah, let's do 170. Let's just commit to that, shall we? 120. There's Fiji. Let's start the turn. .30 degrees rate of turn. 170. VOR lock. Oh, hello. Switch. That's confirmed as correct. Now VOR lock. We do have a glide slope actually. Let's arm approach mode, just see what happens. Nadi traffic, Fiji 262 is final 11 miles, runway 02. We have got a glide slope, I'll take it. 160 till 4. We'll go gear down now to get a bit of drag on the airframe because the airplane seemed to float up then for some reason. We'll go flap 15. Warning recall, we'll check those both on. Might as well put the logo light on because why not? It's going dark and it'll look rather cool. Check by Navigraph, very nice. Brits, part 1 of your chair will be arriving today. Epic, you've got the next level racing seat, haven't you? Well, that's ominous. We've got one departing. Let me launch Sky Dolly as well. We might be able to get a replay in here today. Why not? Hit record. Set flap 30. I hope they hurrying up. They've taken off. Nadi traffic Fiji 262 is 7 mile final 02.
Nadi traffic, PG 351 is holding short runway at Alpha.
Is there an aircraft on the runway? I can't really work out.
Australia 094 directing to Foxtrot 02 for runway 02, Nadi traffic.
Doesn't look like they've moved. There's one guy on the runway. Fiji 262 is going around, there's an aircraft on the runway. Okay, gear up, flap 15. Toga, soft toga's activated. FMC reset, enable 490, that's fine. We've got the gear, warning. Flap 10.
Fiji 262, possibly a bug in your end.
Just going to ignore that for now because it'll go off in a minute. Heading select. He just disappeared. Are you joking? Sounds like we got ourselves a troll.
Nadi traffic, Osprey 094, how many miles are you out?
He just disappeared. Brilliant.
Osprey 094, we're going to be 5 minutes out.
Nadi traffic, Fiji 262 is 3,000 feet, turning crosswind.
Nadi traffic, PG 351 is still holding short at Alpha.
Oh well, there's another view of Nadi Airport. Looking really nice. It'll be dark by the time we land. FMC reset. What we've got? End of route. That's fine. We will. Departure, arrival, lock 02. No transitions. Actually, we could do via NN. That's fine. Basically, we've drawn a line on here. Yeah, it's free go-around training. I'm just flying a basic circuit in lieu of any ACC that's giving us any stuff. So I've gone out to 5 miles, that's where our fixed wing's been helpful, and turning left. There goes the sun, look at that. There's Liam. No, it definitely wasn't on my end, Liam, because Sakari saw the aircraft as well. Someone else said it was a 747. Free go-around training, though. I just need to try and work out where everyone else is spacing-wise, because we've got Jack Osprey 236. Then we've got Ian Osprey 2472 Alpha. It's flying in next. That's fine. So we're going to hold 185 knots just to help speed us up. I'm going to set 2,500. Minimum's still 420. We'll hand fly it in, and we'll go back into here. Init ref, gross weight, select that, steep descent after min B, Y, that's fine. 60.6, 143, so that's giving us the same details, 143, 148, add the 5, we can, now it's going to get dark very quickly, bring the brightness of the screens down. Actually, let's leave it at 3,000.
This is Osprey 236, turning left onto final runway 02.
Ooh, that was Ian.
Nadi traffic, VG 351 is going to depart from runway 20 after the Osprey 236.
There he is, got him. Visual.
Osprey 094 vacating onto Bravo.
Okay, I've got him there. So that is Ian. That Osprey 2472.
Sorry, Osprey 094, we vacated on Golf, taxiing via Golf to Bravo on any available date.
Nadi traffic, Fiji 262 is turning left base. And visual with the aircraft on long final as well, I'll fit in behind you. There he is. Got him. Ikari says there was another aircraft with no flight plan that spawned on the runway. Christ, yeah, that's not good. That's kind of stuffed us really, but oh well. Means these things happen and I'm not too bothered about it. He's there. Just trying to keep maybe 2 to 3 nautical miles separation. It's interesting that I think, was it Fritz you mentioned earlier about the round the world hops, the Commonwealth tour. A lot of these islands around here don't have very good imagery. There's obviously issues with each island because we've got a big white blob there as well. Very strange. So we're doing 180, heading 140. He's there.
262, do you think I can fit in a departure in between you and the Osprey in front of you?
Possibly. I'll fly at 170 knots and I'll continue heading 113 or 110 for now, so you can get airborne, and then I'll vector around to the Mike India NDB to give a 5 mile gap.
Roger that. I'll be lining up at runway 20 and we'll be taking off immediately after the Osprey dance.
Roger, yeah, advise when you're airborne, and hopefully I'll be flying in just after. Where's he? He's there. So we're now overshooting a little bit here. Try and give a bit of space for Akari.
Nadi traffic, Osprey 247 Alpha is inbound the lock to arrival. Inbound to Min B. Will report when established. Nadi traffic.
So we're going to go 160 now. Gear down, flap 15. Because we need the speed. Depends on our pitch actually, to be honest. The pitch is looking a little low, a little high. Ergy, this scenery. Let's go flap 30 now. Nadi traffic, Fiji 262 is vectoring back towards the Mike India NDB, currently 13 miles from final. Thing is, we've got another one up here somewhere flying in, that's Ian, there he is. Okay, that should be enough. Yeah, he's pretty much at the threshold now. You guys flying in behind me still, you might need to vector further out south and then come round, do a long final, because that go around has caused us all to bunch up. I do apologise.
Nadi traffic, Osprey 247 Alpha is reducing speed to 200 knots.
The traffic is landing up runway 20 and taking off.
Nadi traffic, Fiji 262, visual with the 747 on the runway departing, established on final 10 miles, speed 160 knots, reducing to 148 knots, runway 02.
Nadi traffic, this
At 4148. What was go around?
Nadi traffic, Osprey 247 Alpha is changing heading to 130 for spacing.
Madness.
Nadi traffic.
Okay, let's try again.
Nadi traffic, the departing aircraft is going to make a right turn direct to Nadi VR.
Tell you what, let me go to this view, because this is going to be, look at that, spectacular. Approach mode is active, glide slopes armed.
Nadi traffic, the ghost aircraft has spawned in on the runway, you might want to be careful.
Yeah, if we've got a call sign for them, we can just get a dot wallop.
No, I think I don't have any visual on the aircraft on the runway, never mind. It looks to be an A350, just taxiing up the runway.
Brilliant. I'll be ignoring them. We'll fly through it.
Yeah, I never saw when I came into land.
So, order break 2, flap 30, 148, 3000 set for the missed approach.
His call sign, which is PG53 Golf.
025, they're both continuous lights and signs set as required. One more ding to let the crew know we're about to touch down. Speed brake is still armed, so let's just double check. Seated, armed.
Nadi traffic, PG 351, it's airborne passing 500.
Visual. I'm visual with you, thank you. Fiji 262 is now 5 mile final. There goes Akari. Happy flying.
Nadi traffic, CG42, we're on the downwind runway 02 ILS.
Auto thrust off. Autopilot off. Tan flyer in from 1,500 feet.
Nadi traffic, Osprey 247 Alpha is turning onto final runway 02, Nadi traffic.
This aircraft is going up the runway at like 3 knots or something.
Tell you what, if you go onto Volanta, my go-around looked really smooth. And then the little dogleg that we did to help create a bit of separation for those of you flying outbound, that's worked out quite nicely as well, to be fair. But anyway, let's concentrate on the big money. Touchdown.
1,000.
Great job, Akari. Happy flying. A little bit of sink. We're ignoring the jet on the runway. It's a troll. Weird, we don't ever really get any of those. What's the touchdown rate going to be? Rab says 175. I'll aim for it. I'm aiming for as close to 1G as possible as well. Bit of a crosswind that's just come in. Oh, there it goes. 5 knot crosswind just appeared on the nav display very briefly there.
Osprey 247 Alpha.
I thought I was fighting wind.
Final for runway 02. Nadi traffic.
Definitely fighting wind. There's nothing on the nav display though. It's really weird.
On downwind for runway 02.
100.
Correction. Nadi traffic, this is Osprey 236 on downwind
50.
for runway 02.
30. 20.
Oh, hold it, hold it. Going to be landing slightly sideways, I think. Reverse, green, decel. Not too bad. Firm landing at 289, 1.09G. Got no idea what this geezer's doing. We'll just go through him.
Nadi traffic, Osprey 565, approach runway 09, 7 miles off.
Traffic red Omega 3456 extending down for runway 02.
Need golf. Here's golf. No. Yeah, it must be.
Nadi traffic, CG42, turning base runway 0214.
It's only given us a few gates. Nadi traffic, Fiji 262 has vacated at Golf, taxi to gate 5.
PG 262, you still got your spoilers up.
I've literally only just vacated.
The chosen position is too small for your aircraft.
Let's get rid of those.
Nadi traffic, Osprey 247 Alpha is on 5 nautical mile short final for runway 02.
Look at that, low
Nadi
fuel.
traffic.
That go away really did us.
Nadi traffic, CG42, position airlines runway 0214.
Fantastic. I know what I can do. So there is a trick to hide trolls.
Nadi traffic, Osprey 5665, 3 miles final runway 09.
First thing you got to ask is, what is it? Oh, he's gone. Does it actually think I've parked? Basically, you can go to VATSIM or vPilot, and you can then go on to the aircraft tab. So you type .aircraft inside your little chat box in vPilot, and then what you can do is hide the people. Basically, you can find that specific aircraft and then click ignore, and it just disappears.
Landing 09.
Not sure actually, Jassery. We'll have to investigate it. You can enjoy a ban. Interestingly, we've got no... This is a custom GSX profile, but it's obviously been really badly created because we have got no parking guidance whatsoever. It's an A350, isn't it? It is. BG53 Golf. And then you can go chat FJI 53G. Found him. Sama Rashidi from Zurich.
Nadi traffic, Osprey 5, clear off runway 09. Nadi traffic, Osprey 247 Alpha has exited at Golf. Nadi traffic. Nadi traffic, Osprey 247 Alpha is taxiing to gate 5. Nadi traffic.
There goes the dot wallop, my first one in a year and a half. But he's annoyed me. Enjoy your ban. Right. What we got? There we go. That's good. That's good. Park brake set. Let's cut the engines. He's gone anyway. I did the thing. So on vPilot, let me. I'll show you guys actually in a little while.
Osprey 247 Alpha correction, taxi to gate 8. Nadi traffic.
Let me just wind the time back here so we can catch a few of these guys on a bit more of a sunset. It always looks good, doesn't it? MPS Gaming, it does, yes. So, no, that's him. But the supervisor has now got a message. We'll watch this approach, and then I'll show you very quickly how you get rid of people.
Nadi traffic, Mongolia 69, 10 miles on.
Same with you guys on approach. If you find somebody on the runway, have a little look. If it's that guy, just delete him or something like that on the vPilot.aircraft tab. Click delete or ignore, and it will get rid of the model entirely, so you can't see him. He's been reported anyway. Thanks, Jassery, for finding the call sign. That's a great touchdown. Hello. Little 7373. Oh my god, 737-600. So let's get rid of the anti-collision lights. Let's close that. That's all good. We can go to GSX and request disembarkation.
Boarding requested.
You want to reposition aircraft at the default position? No, because I have no idea where that is. Everything can come to me. Two on final there, one on top of the other.
Nadi traffic, Mongolo 695 mile from the
I'm being asked, do I have any proof of the disturbance?
Nadi traffic, correct, Dominican 345 and 9 miles, runway 02.
Passengers deboarding started.
Do you have any proof of the disturbance? Fortunately, yes. It's on my stream. That's what I've said. Should be 3 inbound, Osprey 236, so the last one in line. Nice work. Let's close that. Don't need sim brief. Here he comes. So, let's draw that winner, shall we? 84 eligible entries. Let me just make sure this guy hasn't entered. Oh, good. So, somebody's going to win a copy of this really nice Nadi Airport scenery for Microsoft Flight Simulator, courtesy of the folks over at iniBuilds. Great development team. Ian, was it you on final as well that had to go around because of that 747?
Nadi traffic, red, Dominican 345, 3.5 miles.
Oh, they're asking for a clip or a timestamp. Trying to work out how long ago it was now. What, 10 minutes ago? Who's the one that went around? I can't remember. Anyway, yeah, MG Gang. MG King says, imagine if this guy wins. He won't win, I'll tell you that for starter. Right, anyway. Good luck to everybody who's entered. We got 82 eligible entries. 28 minutes back in the stream, apparently, Ian says. Great spot, thank you. And 8 minutes ago, thank you.
69 have vacated runway 02.
Nadi traffic, this is Osprey 236 on short final runway 02.
Ian says 28 minutes ago was the first approach. I love it. You guys are so precise. Right, let's get back into that giveaway, shall we? So we've got one copy to give away, and we've got all these aircraft to spot as well. We missed Gogolada's approach, damn it. Anyway, 84 eligible entries. The correct answer, of course, was Pacific. The South Pacific, to be precise, but the key word was Pacific that we wanted or we needed to see. Got another one on final. They're all coming in thick and fast now, and the winner is Chris Gardiner. Congratulations to you. You've won the copy of iniBuilds Nadi Airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Thank you for entering, and everyone else as well who entered today. Make sure you contact me, britishafgeek1@gmail.com by email or directly on Discord if you guys wanted to contact me via Discord instead to claim the prize. We've got 24 hours to claim. You're still in the chat, hopefully. Oh, that's fast. Oh, that's fast. Go on, loads of runway here. You've got it. Still in the touchdown zone there. And he's up again. Whoa. Touch and go. Nice touch and go. Let's see what the situation is like on Volanta, and then you guys can see.
This is Osprey 236.
Go around.
Going around yet again.
All good, Jack. No worries. So we've got Carlito inbound now.
Of hitting the ground.
So we flew in. We did a little bit of vectoring out just to neaten off around Momi, neaten off that approach. This little grey line initially here. And then we flew in on approach around about this river bit here. We're near to minimums. That aircraft got in the way, so we then flew a go around. So Toga, gear up, flap 15, and then we turned northwest, crosswind, flew downwind slightly, and we were at this point going to turn in and then on final to create a nice little square, a nice rectangular circuit pattern if you like, fit in nicely, but we had, I think Ian, on approach we were a little bit too close for him, so we ended up flying a little bit further out. We were going to fit in behind him, then we got a Kari flying outbound in the 747, so we liaised with each other there, and I continued southeast a little bit more to allow him a gap of a couple of miles to get airborne and heading west in his 747, and that worked out really nicely as well actually for us, to be fair. So all good. And that other grey line going out towards the west was our departure earlier at the start of the stream today. And we've got Jack on downwind and Carlito November Foxtrot 75 for the last two in. Oh, and Peter Osprey 32. Jack, all good?
For Nadi traffic pushing back from gate 7.
You've got nobody inbound, Jack, so you could always go around, get yourself positioned back on downwind like we did earlier. Adds a couple of minutes, but you can get back in on another approach. It's up here somewhere. Yeah, it looked like a good approach, just a bit quick. Just got to make sure that auto throttle's off and fly to your VREF +5. And if it's all happening a bit too quick, then just set up a little bit earlier. So get that speed off, get the gear down, the flaps out, extended, just that little bit earlier, and that will help slow everything down, and it will give you time then to try and get the approach settled nicely. Thomas says check Discord. Let's have a little look. Oh, he's just reverse thrusted back off the runway or something. Yeah, you got this, Jack. You'll be fine, I'm sure. Is that strobes up there? No, it's not. X-Fly, you're more than welcome. And if you're new to flight sim, then go for it. There's an aircraft up there. Saw his lights flashing away. That could be Jack. If it's you, Jack, head further out over the water, take that nice big curve, and come in behind Carlito, who's all the way out there. Give yourself time, distance, and space, and then you'll be absolutely fine. So hopefully you guys can see it. We've got Carlito just where the mouse cursor is. He's flying inbound, last one in. And we've got Jack up here. So if Jack extends further back out to sort of square off that downwind leg, he can extend over the top of Carlito, give him a minute or like 2 minutes perhaps, and then turn left and back on himself. Becky landed on 09. It's all been going on today, hasn't it? Yeah, the gusts don't help. We found that on our approach actually. There were gusts of 5 knots coming in from right to left as a bit of a crosswind, and that was making it quite fruity. But yeah, you've got it, Jack. You'll be absolutely fine. Carlito looks like he's now established on final. Let's bring that time back a little bit more. Oh, that's a bit too bright. There we go. Get that fiery sunset. Jack, no, you're all good. No reason to be embarrassed at all. It's all learning, and it's only a flight sim. Plus, you didn't just stack it into the ground, you went around and gave it another go. It's all good. Was Chris in the live chat?
785, established.
Ergy says minus 40 in the Mad Dog. Nice, that's great. Rab got blown sideways on short final at Lugano today with a gust. It makes it fun, doesn't it? Trying to predict how the weather's going to interact with the aircraft. It's not easy on a flight sim. When you're flying in real life, at least in the PA-28, you feel it in the seat. And I'd imagine it's the same for pilots of airliners.
Nadi traffic, this is Osprey 236, turning base, runway 22.
All good. Set up early, Jack, and then you'll be fine. You'll get that speed down, 160 knots, gear down flap 15, get your flap all the way set to 30 if you're doing a flap 30 approach, or flap 40. Get your speed nice and stable, and then bring it down to your final approach speed, and get established on that glide slope. It's all about just giving yourself the time to prep. Where's he underneath that cloud slightly? Yeah, the gusts make all the difference, don't they, Saphira? It's really quite interesting sometimes. Here comes Carlito. Absolutely in. All rooting for you, Jack. We're all still here. We're watching. If you're not sure about something, just ask in the live chat. Try our best. Got a feeling you're going to be fine this time round. How are we doing over here? Whoop. No idea what's happening there. Somebody's parked inside me. Not sure who. Interesting choice of stand though. The missives look really good, don't they? Got 2 inbound. Jack's on final. By the looks of it, Liam's outbound.
Nadi traffic, NS75 vacated runway.
Oh, it's Osprey 1927, I think. I want to work out how close they both are. What are they? Peter, I'm not sure. This is where I need VATSPY to work out who that second aircraft is, because Volanta takes about 2 minutes to update. Mark, thank you, buddy. You're most welcome. You know what? I find it quite surprising sometimes. You'll see some streams will just end because they've landed and that's it. But I think it's more important to have a great community around the channel, and that's. I don't know what that aircraft is doing. I don't know which one's which. It's Peter first, alright. So, Jack, what I'm going to say is ignore Peter on the runway. Just fly your own approach and land after him. Don't worry about going around. Don't worry about him being on the runway either. Just commit to your landing and just focus on your landing, and don't worry about going around unless you have to. Even if there's an aircraft on the runway, just land anyway. Fantastic. Yeah, you know what? I think that's one that Ashley mentioned last stream, wasn't it? I can't remember now. Oh. Oh, there's a whole loss. Let me dig out my insurance paperwork. Oh, Peter. Brilliant. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, I'm not sure if Jack's still listening, to be honest, but yeah, if you are, just, yeah, even though there's an aircraft on the runway, just continue anyway, if that makes sense. Jack, yeah, Jack is looking pretty good on profile. We're only guessing from the lights, but that is a crash. Jack, keep going with your touchdown. You'll be absolutely fine. Ignore the one on the runway. Black glasses, that's it. I feel like Jack was about to go around again. I think Peter's just disconnected. Oh, heavy on the flare there, but that's looking alright. Nice work, Jack. Great job.
Dave. Good landing.
There we are, he's down.
Thank you.
Yeah, the thing with the 737 is really difficult to learn. On final approach, you have no thrust control, or no auto thrust or anything like that. You've got to turn it off if you're going to hand fly the rest of the way. So it's a tough beast to learn. It's not like the A320 that flies for you and you leave the throttle in the climb gate until you rotate or anything like that. It's a tricky beast to fly, and it does take a long time. Here's Nadi, or Nadi Airport. Peter's cutting the grass.
For a touch and go on runway 02.
And there we go.
Nadi traffic, this is Osprey 236, located runway 02.
Hope you guys have enjoyed the flight today. We just pan around and get a nice little view of the airfield. And Peter mowing the lawn. Look at that. It's very nice. See, very unique part of the world. Quite isolated as well. There aren't many places that are very close for short haul flights and things. The one we've done today to Port Vila and back is probably the shortest you can do for operational airline type flying. But all the same, quite a nice little route to do. So if you want to give it a go, then the route is in our Discord server. For you to check it out and replicate it yourself too. Thank you very much as well. Massive thank you to Fritz, dropping a mega tip earlier on, and Jack too. Both very generous of you, dropping huge tips, supporting the stream. Really do appreciate it. And welcome to all of our new subscribers on the channel. And thank you to all of our channel members as well, bronze, silver and gold, for all of your ongoing support. Congratulations to Chris, you've won that copy of the iniBuilds Nadi scenery that we've been enjoying for 2 sectors today. And if you're new to the channel and you've not yet done so, hit like and hit subscribe. Join me in the next couple of days. We're going to try and get another stream in before the end of the year and before I go back into work. Thanks to everyone who flew along, and enjoy the rest of the evening. I'll see you very soon. Take care.
Thanks, guys. Good fun. Catch up.
Yep.
See you later, guys. Take care. Thanks.
See you too, mate.